And welcome back to another episode of Icewindale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. Here with these guys, the Icewind Trekkers. Trekkers? Trekking and tracking through the 10 towns and all the way into the tundra. Last we left off, you guys departed from Calvin's Cairn to Black Cabin to Lonely Wood, where you encountered a lake beast of the monster that's been plaguing the three lake towns, and you didn't really mess about with this thing. You took it down pretty quick. Didn't want to stick around either because this is the last place you want to be in the freezing cold. And you reported the news to Bremen that this beast has been dealt with, which means the fishermen can get back to getting food. But we just hope that it isn't overfishing, because then the ecosystem is completely ruined. Which, if anything, puts a clock on you guys to make sure that this endless winter does come to an end, or else they might just fish themselves to death. After that, you began your hunt to find the goblins. You walked the 10 trail all the way down, feigning yourselves as some sort of caravan, traders, merchants. Lo and behold, you were spotted and attacked by a ambushing kind of little contingency of goblins. But although they haven't got much strength, they clearly have numbers, and they still put up quite a bit of a fight. Some lucky crits mostly. But you won the day, although one of them got away. And now you understand where they are hiding, deep into the mountains, a place known as Karko, led by a chieftain called Yarbnock. And according to the goblins, they even said that Yarbnock wants to actually have peaceful negotiations with 10 towns, but has yet to be able to perhaps make contact with them. We'll see how that develops, but rather than travel all the way back, you decided to nestle yourselves in this little forest, set up the insulated shelter, and begin taking a long rest here. And I think we were just about to do that long rest. I think no one's actually clicked it yet, have they? I don't know.
Me and Ashanti have.
I have,
Okay.
and Skrapp
So-
has.
Okay, so the only one I want to really touch bases on is Hulla, as once again, every time you fall asleep, it seems this strange pulsing sensation comes back. The headache returns, and in a different direction than what you're going right now, perhaps. I just need you to make an intelligence saving throw at the end of the long rest.
Okay. Intelligence?
Oh
Right.
wow, nat 20.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's almost like it's slightly abated, almost as if it is sensing you heading towards the spine of the world, but you're going off at a slight angle. And so maybe the pulsing is sensing your vicinity is getting closer, and so it isn't as forceful in trying to guide your mind. Not only that, I'm going to say, because you got nat 20, the next day you don't need to roll either. So you'll be able to stave off this headache for a while.
That's good.
Okay.
Dread to
right.
think what's going to happen when I roll a natural 1.
Right. With the insulated shelter, you don't need to make any frost saves. And I've already rolled for the weather, and you're quite lucky that throughout the night you get 7 hours of light snow. So not really going to disturb your rest in any way. When you wake up, it's going to be... Should I roll another 7? Uh-oh. Less favorable conditions when you wake up, however. The last hour tends into a blizzard. And everyone's basically just waking up about now, getting their gear on, suiting up. And yeah, you look outside your tent and it's just this howling wind, white out. Can't really see further than 20 feet. You wonder, is it going to be a good idea to take on the goblins during a blizzard? That's for you to decide. But you're about, judging from the map, probably about 8 miles out from Karko. So I'll let you decide what you want to do from here.
The good news is we're only 8 miles away, but do we want to get there absolutely exhausted? Or do we want to, rest up here until the blizzard passes? But we don't know how long that's going to be.
Or would the blizzard be a good cover for getting in?
If you would like to figure out how long it would be, you can roll a survival check, Ashanti.
Okay. I have
an
no
11.
idea.
Not sure. Probably a good few hours. These blizzards, they can last all day,
Right.
but you're not exactly sure.
I don't know. I vote we go ahead with it. We came all this way.
Boy.
And,
Yeah.
just a blizzard.
And we've got no guarantee that the weather won't get worse, so
Mm-hmm.
as long
Can
as
we-
we're careful.
Right.
So, do we want to try and speak to them, or are we trying to infiltrate and defeat? Because if we want to infiltrate and defeat, then the blizzard's probably a good cover.
Hmm.
If we're looking to just speak to them, then
I thought we were gonna try and negotiate. See if we can talk to them. Do we even have? I guess we don't even really have a plan.
I mean,
No, but maybe we should talk about that really quick before we head out. Because we're not going to be able to talk much in the blizzard.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The blizzard sort of makes it difficult to send Steve back to get any confirmation from town either, so...
Can you send Steve forward to places he's
Uh.
never been, or only backwards?
I would assume only places he knows, potentially. I mean,
Yeah. He's a messenger.
yeah.
He's been to the 10 towns, but
Yeah.
he hasn't gone to this place.
I mean, if we
So he
wanted to
can't
send
scout.
someone to scout and get more information, and if Ashanti is willing, we could send Andy, and then I can speak to Andy when they get back using the magic that I have.
Not in this blizzard. Should get
Yeah.
blown around. And
Yeah,
blown
that
into
was...
a tree and break a wing.
Yes, it's difficult. I think... Well, there's... The... Weather's gonna affect us just as bad as it's gonna affect them. We've probably got the element of surprise on our side, providing we got all the goblins, so... But if we are gonna try to negotiate, what is the terms? I mean, I've got information I want from them, sure, but that's basically more information on the place this is pointing us to. But also, they probably got some of the material, which I'd quite like to get a hold of. But what do we have to offer them?
Blizzard's not going to impact them as much as us because they're inside a fort. They're
Depends
all
on the
snug
fort.
and warm. True, but
I mean, I doubt it's going to be like the dwarven areas we've seen, or as solid, but and it's still going to impact them in terms of fighting. Like, if we get in, we're going to be at the same sort of thing. Getting in is the hard bit, but I mean, and honestly, trying to negotiate in this weather is also going to be difficult because they won't be able to hear us.
if we're, I'd like to see if we can negotiate with them rather than just killing them all outright. At least try. And I don't think that an element of surprise is going to give us that much advantage. I mean, maybe for a couple of shots, but
Yeah.
unless we're infiltrating them and you know, sneaking in the back and doing it that way, which I don't think is a good idea because they'll have more people than us.
Yeah.
Uh,
I believe they said they had about 30 from the one that we
yeah, that's a lot.
interrogated.
That was like 8 goblins that we had trouble with.
Yeah. I mean, they did seem to be crack shots, those ones. But
Yeah, I really don't want to fight the goblins.
yeah. If I
Also,
could,
remember they had wolves as well.
yeah.
Yep.
If I could speak Goblin, I could disguise myself and sneak in, but unfortunately, I don't speak Goblin. I can understand Goblin using a spell, but that doesn't let me speak it. And I doubt I can get away with pretending to be a mute Goblin.
We have to assume they'll speak common. The other ones did.
Yes, but if I was going to pretend to be a Goblin, they'd expect me to speak Goblin, sort of thing. Because I've got a spell for that, like that can disguise myself, but...
Skrapp, I do not mean this maliciously, but I think that your trouble with being mute would be far worse than your trouble with not being able to speak Goblin.
Yeah, that was kind of my point, yeah. I mean, I have a spell that would let me understand Goblin, though I don't think I can use it at the same time as being able to, Is disguise self not concentration? That amazes me.
No.
Huh. Okay, that's just good to know for the future. Not that I'm going to use it, but... So... The plan is at the moment to go and knock on the front door and try to talk?
Well, why don't we do
Fine.
this? We know they're 8 miles away. So why don't we, everybody, think about what y'all want to do. We'll get the ropes, tie everybody together, and start out, and then take a short rest, and then discuss our plans once everybody's had an idea to formulate, you know, some good ideas.
Why are we talking about negotiation?
Because they might be too many for us to defeat.
Right, and what to
Outright?
get out? Yeah, but what do we get out of it?
Well, we don't have to fight them. Is what we get out of it. I mean,
And
Yeah.
we're going to
I mean-
offer them a town in exchange for them not raiding people anymore, right?
Yeah,
Not
That's
whole
that's the basic deal.
That's what the 9 towns want, for the goblins to stop raiding their caravans.
environment more established.
I mean, we managed to work with the kobolds, so maybe we can work with the goblins.
I think they're probably as desperate as anyone else. If they're Here's the thing, though. If they already have a fort, why would they need a town?
Yeah, and how do we know that this is true? That he wants to negotiate? I mean, we found
zone
out
of
that
truth.
information.
Yeah.
yeah, he was in a zone of truth.
Oh,
Yeah, that
Yeah.
one.
sorry, I
That
came up
one's,
to that a little late.
Yeah,
That's okay.
but I mean, the only use I could see for the goblins, at least for the benefit of 10 towns, other than not raiding, would be them helping with deal with some of the other problems. Like if they were able to, even from a distance, help us with the gnolls, that would be an edge. Even if like all of them died, I mean, we win either
Two
way.
gnolls,
Well, gnolls are
30
dangerous.
goblins to help with. Yeah, with 30 goblins, 2.
Was it only 2?
I think it was.
So you're cutting out a little bit, Julian. I don't know whether that's the sensitivity of your mic. We're getting like snippets. Well, 8 miles to Karko, and foul weather. If you're going there to negotiate, the weather isn't as big of a deal, but I will say this. When you're outside of 10 towns, the frost saves are DC 15. The blizzard makes it DC 20. And you've got a few hours of travel in this.
Yeah.
So,
But we
Man,
can't hope on better weather.
yeah, I think you've dried off your clothes enough now, definitely Ashanti, but who else fell in the water? I'm just going to make sure your frost saves are back up. Yeah, you're good. Barry? No. Oh god.
Yeah,
it
607
was
and I
607.
think both were in the water.
You've got 15 from your cold weather clothing, 607. 5 from the boots.
I can dry off with magic. And warm myself with magic.
I think you got blubber as well.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's 15. So,
So I
20.
up to 15 plus your boots.
I think my base is like 22 or something right now.
Yeah.
Where's the other +2 from? Is that from
Sagitation.
+2 from prestidigitation.
Okay, alright. So you might be the only one who's comfortable in this weather, let's say. The others might struggle a bit. We'll see.
Ashanti's got all her cold weather plus her ring that gives her 5 as well.
Yep, +5 on top from the con.
Oh.
Yeah, so
I think Ashanti and 607 would be fine. The rest of us, if we roll low enough, could get.
yeah.
Mhm.
But
Exhaustion.
I mean, at 20, I mean, most of us are on at least a +15 plus our con, which in my case is a +17, so I just need to get a 3 or higher. So,
Mine's +3 as well.
so
Or +18.
Okay.
yeah.
Alright.
I
Wait,
think-
Are
depends.
you setting out?
Yeah, I mean, if we're negotiating, the blizzard doesn't matter. If we're trying to infiltrate, I feel like the blizzard would be good for us to sneak in.
What are the advantages to sneaking in? To just like we don't really know what the layout of the place is.
I mean,
You
If-
could get the layout of the place.
And then just take them out one by one.
that's a possibility.
Or just
I-
do it as a recon mission, come back so we know what we're dealing with.
Either way, I think the blizzard only is a detriment to us if we happen to roll like 1s and 2s.
Yeah. Well, I doubt that 10 towns would want to hand over one of the towns, and we don't really have the authority to make those sort of promises. Is the issue.
Dugan's Hall isn't a 10 town anymore.
Yeah. I suppose, but it's still not up to us to
It takes
decide
care
what
of the
happens to
problem.
it.
It takes care of the raiding problem that they wanted us to look after, without a bunch of death. I mean,
Does it? I mean, they're still going to need resources, and then they're even closer to the 10 downs.
Have them become like security detail to get resources properly.
Yes, I mean, that's the
I don't
biggest
know.
difficulty, is that resources are scarce in 10 towns as it is. If you had an extra 30 goblins on top of that, it's going to become more difficult. But goblins are resourceful. They might be able to do something with the town that people didn't think of. Mostly, I'd just like to keep at least the leader guy alive so that I can get some information from him, but
Let's go ahead and make you all roll a save. Frost save. But this is for the first hour of your journey towards Karko. DC is 20. That's a 2 from someone.
Ooh, just on the 20.
On the 2. Wow, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ashanti's showing how it's done. 43.
What?
Nice. Well, yeah, so it's plus 20,
Wow.
plus 5.
Does Ashanti
Yeah,
have plus
correct.
20?
Blubber lining, fur lining, cold weather clothing, ring of warmth, plus 5 from con
Ring of
save.
warmth. Okay, ring of
Yeah.
warmth. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, you're all good. All right. You come to a river crossing. It is completely frozen, but as you're crossing over it, it's kind of occasional like crack and creaks beneath your feet. There's also very little cover from the winds that are whipping across. And I need everyone to make another frost save as well. This one's for the second hour, and it'll probably bring you to about, say, 10 o'clock if you woke up at 8. And I think because you're traveling in a blizzard,
Squeaking by.
it's very hard to see beyond like this 20 feet radius, but I'm wondering.
Okay, we don't crowd across the river. We go one at a time.
Yeah.
And so we
Damn, everyone's looking good. Yeah, you don't want to like bunch up, is what you're saying?
yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't want
Okay.
the sleds we need to take the sleds over one at a time as well.
Yeah.
So
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
There is a. Oh boy. Okay.
Whilst our vision is down, would it be worth seeing if we can pull something out of that bag of yours to see if we can get something that sees via something other than sight? Like a wolf or something for scenting any potential dangers?
Can do when we're on the other side of the river. I want to drop a bear onto the ice and break it.
Yeah.
Maybe
That
we
would be
should go.
unbearable.
Lightest person goes first, and then in order of heft. Just in case the.
well, the axe beaks are going to be heavier than all of us, I'm guessing, because they've got their saddles and saddlebags.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, they do.
all right, I will go across first. I'll lead my axe beak. If it can take my weight, it should be able to take y'all's.
All right. In that case, you walk across begin to walk across first. It is quite an expanse, by the way. It's not just a 30-foot river. It's more like, well, judging by the map, it's probably about half a mile, isn't it? Well, like, quarter of a mile. Yeah, let's call it quarter of a mile. So, if you begin to head off, Ashanti's form disappears into the snow.
Okay,
I
do
thought we had
I
tied
make it to the other side? Because if I do, I'll call Bits over, and that's how they're going to know I made it safely.
Yeah, let's roll for that. Let's find out if you do make it across the other side safely. What is it like? Yes, you do. You make it across.
Okay. Here,
You
Bits!
whistle.
Come on! Here,
Okay.
Bits!
They pull the sled, and Bits manages to make it safely across as well with
Okay.
the sled.
Okay.
Yes, I'll go.
Okay. You begin to make your way across. 3, 4, 5. All right. There is a moment when you're following the tracks. It's very easy to tell where they've gone, even in the blizzard. So you're not getting lost or anything like that. But I need everyone to make me a perception check. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Okay.
I've rolled a 3, a 2, and a 1 so far.
That is bad on everyone's rolls except for 6 or 7 by the looks.
Yeah.
Shit. Wow. That is not what I expected. Okay.
And I have a -1 to perception.
Bits
Yeah, you
did well
came in
though.
clutch, I guess. It did okay. Then, in that case, Barry, as you're moving across, you're none the wiser. Just following the little sled tracks, the 2 parallel lines that guide your path all the way. There's a couple of times when the lake spider webs in cracks, and you can just hear it kind of echo through the ice. Your footing is not thrown off, though. It seems to remain strong enough that it doesn't break underneath your feet. You can imagine more weight potentially does risk, but going one at a time like this, you seem to manage just fine. 6 or 7, as Barry's disappeared into the blizzard, you're keenly aware of something in the distance. Over the howling blizzard, you could have swore you heard like a squawk or something, a distant one, kind of alerting something else. And you hear you hear a response as well, like it calls out and then a second squawk. And at that point you start to hear the flapping of wings just barely over the sound of the blizzard, and they pass right over your head, and they sound like they're going towards where Barry just went.
Ice the skies.
What do you do?
Ice the skies, everybody. We've been made.
Okay.
We need to join up again. We need to
join up.
hurry
Somebody's
across. Yep.
either the goblins have been alerted or something's coming from above. Something with wings.
Okay, can I hear them? I assume I can't hear them since I'm a quarter mile
No.
away.
Exactly.
Okay.
You'd be on the other side of the river.
Does Bits
The others,
hear it
Bits
with a
with a 13, they probably hear this, just barely hear the squawk, but they don't know which direction, and they definitely can't hear the flapping of wings. But they do hear a kind of a distant screech. Yeah.
Okay.
Very faint.
All right.
Any
Okay,
do we see the wings anywhere, or
No. With a blizzard, you effectively just cannot see beyond 20 feet. This one especially seems to be fiercer than ever before. It's like well, first of all, you're out in the actual tundra. You're not just out in the 10 towns. And secondly, this is just clearly feels like something otherworldly about this blizzard continuously battering you guys. But no, you can't see beyond 20 feet.
Yeah.
All right, let's grab the rest of you. 20 feet range. Let's take you to the battle map. So although this looks like a tundra, just imagine that there's fresh snow over the ice, Barry, and you're the only one currently here. The others are split, so you've got what, 4 people on one side and Hulla, Ashanti and Bits on the other, and they are miles away. I'm going to put them on the map for now, but it's going to be quite a few turns before they do show up. You're closer to the starting side than you are the other side. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, let me get rid of this. Okay. Let's get everyone to roll initiative. Minus Andy and minus that.
Including me or excluding me?
I think so. Only because you have been alerted, and there's a potential that you get to the fight eventually. But right
Okay.
now, you're a bit out of distance.
That seems about right.
Okay. Gotta grab what I need. Okay, that's 1. That's 2. All right, Barry. Roll initiative. Oh boy.
Will you roll higher than a 5 today, Barry? It doesn't seem like
What?
it at the moment.
That's another
Come on.
3.
Yeah,
2
I'm wondering
3s, a
if
2 and a
you're
1.
I'm wondering if if your record high is going to be 5 today rather than 10.
Yeah, just one of those sessions, I guess.
Or maybe you'll get awesome rolls in combat. Who knows?
It's gonna suck for vision. Okay, so Skrapp. Just gonna change your vision. Be 20. There you go. Andy's on the other side, surely. Yeah, let's move him over. Okay, Barry. It begins with what sounds like just a whipping of wind near your ear, and it sort of whoosh swooshes round, and you can just imagine that you're just in a swirl of snow. Something's kicking it up. The blizzard is trying to peel your goggles away from your face, and then right then, just as you see this kind of looming shape in the snow, a dark silhouette spreads out its wings and then whoosh kind of flies by you, and you have but a fraction of a second to react as suddenly something swoops in from behind and tries to claw you. I'm gonna roll its
The
talent
hell is
attacks.
that?
A ripping pair of talons comes straight towards your face. Tries
Ow.
to gouge your eyes out practically. Also, because this is a dive attack, I get to roll an extra 2d8. I can't believe I'm
What?
already going down one. Barry is just... I swear, I rolled to see who it would be, and Barry just got unlucky. That's what that
2 sessions in a row where I
D5.
just get absolutely bombarded.
I know. I rolled the D5 to see who it would be, and it rolled 2, which would mean the second character to go across the ice. That's when they launched their attack. The dive bomb is pretty vicious. Got one more attack as well, just to send it home all the way.
No.
As they try to blind you with their talons, they then go in for a second attack and gore right where your chest is. That's gonna hurt. And it looks like though they're trying to rip open your armor where your chest is. Like whatever they're doing, it's like they're going straight for the heart. Straight after that, they do a flyby attack. So they basically launch themselves back out into the blizzard and away. And they're gone as quickly as they appeared. The next one flies in as well.
What?
There are, yep, I did say there's like a call and
No.
and like a, what's it called? A call and response. And it seems there's a hunting pair of these creatures, and the second one swoops in again with a dive bomb attack. Okay, where is it?
Both on Barry?
Yep.
Oh no.
Hi, guys.
Where is it? Yeah, this is rough. Okay. Gonna hit as well. Barry, you are down. as this periton rips through your chest. And with the second attack, I'm gonna make a grapple. Can you give me either acrobatics or athletics check, please?
Acrobatics or
Mhm.
okay. Not good at either of those. Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Ah.
Oh no.
That's not good at all.
How?
Okay. They grab a hold of, like, when they're trying to claw into your chest, they find this armor is particularly resistant to their claws, and they can't get through it. So in the end, they grab a hold of your entire chest plate with their talons and begin to fly up into the air and lift you. They get about 20 feet into the air. So
That's
you
fine.
are flying, my friend. Yeah, they took a lot to dive bomb to begin with.
What about his axe beak?
Oh, yeah,
Did
that's true.
his axe beak run away? Are they going
No, that
after the
hasn't
axe
happened
beak
yet.
as well?
This is all like just in the very first turn, right? Happening right now.
It just
But yeah,
keeps
your axe
running.
beak is with you. You can give your an axe beak in order, but that's up to you. What do you want it to do?
Keeps running.
It just keeps running. Okay. Just which one's yours? Lily, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And which one's Thunder? It's Ashanti, right?
Thunder. Yeah.
Cool. So the other three are up here. Don't know why Labrys is wounded. They needed to have a long rest there. Top them back up. Okay. The others. So Hulla, what would you be doing right now? Did you hear the 607 warning you guys about this screeching going on?
I would say to the others that we need to get going. We need to join up again and get Barry. So I want to move, but can we move together? Like, can I hold my movement until the others do, so that we all move at the same time?
Yeah, you
Do I
pretty much
have to move?
you
Like,
you are pretty much at the same time anyway.
okay,
So that's
then
not a
I'm
problem.
gonna move as far as I can and hold my action until I see something within range.
Okay. So
So how
a
far can
dash
I?
with the axe beak will get you 100 feet.
Awesome. Yes, let's
I'm
do
just gonna
that.
quickly roll this. Just gonna quickly roll this real quick. Okay, 80. So I'm gonna say that Hulla, you get onto the map effectively where Barry was, and another 20 feet on top of that as well.
Okay.
You're catching up to him. You can see where his footfalls have been, where they were. Oh my god! I just realized there's loads of lights on this map. There shouldn't be any lights. It's like it is during the day that you are traveling, but still dim light everywhere. So okay, that's a bit better.
Okay, so I
All right.
can't see the creatures that are attacking.
You can hear this swooping in. You can hear this scratch, and you hear a clatter and maybe a thud in the distance. Then, whatever Barry says as he's airlifted up into the air, but you can hear the axe beak as well, probably in a panic, squawking and such.
Okay, I'm gonna hold a guiding bolt until I see
Okay.
one of the creatures. Yeah.
You got it. All right, 6 or 7. You be up.
I am going to hang back a little bit, but I'm going to follow. Where's Hulla gone to? Is she here?
She's moved onto the map and another 20 feet on top of that.
I'm going to stay 20 feet behind Hulla. And then I'm
Okay,
going
so
to
you're
cast
on the map.
on the map. I'm going to
Yeah.
cast, and then about 60 feet in front of her, or yeah, 60 feet in front of Hulla, I'm going to cast Dancing Lights in the shape of a person.
Oh, okay.
Because I can create it in the shape of a vaguely humanoid glowing thing. So I'm going to put it in the shape of a person that's glowing there as like a beacon. Just maybe draw them in.
They might look like a cold light walker, if anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying
Perfect.
that. So I'll drop that out and see if it will attract our friends to
607. Okay, that's your turn.
That's clever. I like that.
yeah.
Anything else? Got a Barret?
Alright.
No, that's it for me.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Cool.
just
Barret
measuring
is up.
things out.
So I don't want to be 20 feet in the sky, so let's bamf down.
Okay.
With 5 temp HP. I'll be like there because I'll be 20 feet down and then 10 feet away. It's 30 feet, right?
Yeah. You were a bit prone though, so just bear that in mind. Guess you
So-
want to spend the movement to stand up.
I'll stand up. I will cast invisibility on myself.
Interesting.
And I will move another 10 feet away.
In the snow. You do realize yeah, there's still some track where you've disappeared to. But we'll see if that comes into effect first of all. That is your go, Skrapp.
So Skrapp is just probably gonna dash forward on their axe beak to be up with Hulla.
Okay.
And is gonna ready one of his what the hell is the name of the attack? His lightning launcher in case a target comes within view range of them. Yep.
Okay.
Skrapp.
And yeah, Lily, I've moved Lily 50 feet on the map. Do you want them to dash? Like go another 100? I guess. Yes. Alright. Okay, so Ashanti, you're all the way back over here. You can't see anything from this distance.
I heard a commotion, right?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to drop my backpack. I'm going to get the rope. I'm going to tell Bits to guard. And I'm going to have Andy follow me. And I'd like to adrenaline rush as my bonus action, 60 feet forward.
Do you want to go on your axe
and
beat?
No. I'm going to leave her
No? Okay.
behind because we may need to evacuate wounded.
Okay.
So I'm going to use my adrenaline rush as my bonus action and my movement 30 feet as my action or my movement so that I can get closer. What I think happened is somebody fell through the ice, which is why I'm leaving Thunder and Bits in the sled behind. And I'm preparing to
you're
go
not
out.
raging, are you?
No, I can't rage and adrenaline rush at the same time. They're both bonus
No, all right.
actions. Unless my DM would like for me to do both those bonus actions.
You wouldn't want to do it now, I don't think, because you're so far away. But
Right.
Ashanti, give me a athletics check, because I think
Okay.
you are so far out. I just looked up how much a quarter of a mile is in feet. It's like 130 feet. Oh, sorry, 1,300 feet. So it's like 13 turns on an axe beak. But I'm going to say that you go into like a full sprint. Maybe try and keep that. Maybe try and reduce that by a little bit. We'll say this, though. You will definitely be getting there quicker on an axe beak. But you can run it. It's going to be considerably slower. And I hate to say it, but it's going to be like 13 turns before you get there.
Well, let
you
me
might not
ask you
make it.
this though. I mean, they should. You said the river was a quarter mile. Barry was halfway across.
Not halfway, but more like just starting out.
Okay.
Yeah, he was only like a tenth of the way there, if anything. But yeah.
Okay.
Because I said he was closer to the other group than he was the other side. By a considerable mile.
Okay. Can I retcon that then? I guess,
Yeah,
not
you don't exactly know
adrenaline.
exactly where he is, but you don't have to adrenaline rush. That said, the temporary HP doesn't go away, which would you get like 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Chris, that's actually a really good point. Did everyone get their 10 HP at the beginning of the day? Like, I don't know if it was sunny enough
shit.
for that.
You're right. It was right towards the end of your long rest is when the blizzard came in. But
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. You should have 10 temporary HP, everyone. I just remembered. You need to also remember that as well. At the start, whenever you finish a long rest, I have no way to automate it, so you just have to remember.
So I wouldn't have been down then,
Yeah,
but it's already
you
been
would.
done.
That's the dive
Oh,
bomb.
the extra
And-
2D. Okay,
Yep, the other one dive bombed you as well.
just leave it as
So,
it is
yeah,
then.
that doesn't change anything on Barry's front, but
Yeah.
okay. Anyway, yeah, I hate to say it, Ashanti pretty much out of this combat unless you can dash on your axe beak 13 rounds or less than that, a little bit more like 10 rounds on an axe beak, but it's still way too far out.
Okay. If I do dash on my axe beak, can I retcon the adrenaline rush then?
Yeah, you can.
Right.
Yeah, I'll add that back. Here you go. Not that you would know just how far they are, but yeah.
Okay, I'm
it's
still
gonna
gonna
be some
leave Bits in the
distance.
sled behind.
Okay.
To guard. I'm gonna have Bits guard the sled. And
Okay, dokie. So the winged beasts sort of swoop around, flustered for a moment, like where their prey just went. They're trying to reorientate themselves and figure out what just happened there. So let's just do you have keen sight and smell? Okay. I'm gonna have them roll perception checks. Seems the only appropriate thing. With advantage. There's 2 of them as well. And I didn't roll advantage. Let's try that again. Okay, so 21 on one of them, 16 on the other. They seem to let out again these kind of screeches, perhaps communicating with one another. And one of them begins to swoop back down to the ground where you were dropped, or at least they think you were dropped. The other one, however, swoops off towards this light. And I think it's got enough movement to get down there easily. Yeah, it does. So it's going to swoosh past this light, strike out at it with its talons and its gore, but obviously there's nothing there. It seems to fly. Well, actually, can't do anything more. Actually, it's left there in the light. Okay, that's it. That's their turn. This one, however, is going to fly down towards where you were, Barry, and with the 21, it seems to not only find the tracks from where you like landed, teleported away, it's also somehow smelling you. Perhaps the blood. That said, it will still have disadvantage to do anything.
Yeah.
And I will say on this occasion, it doesn't really have the dive bomb because it has to land and then look around for you. So it's actually on the ground now. Okay. Disadvantage, nat 1. It just whoosh straight past you in the snow. It kind of bumps into you again. But you know what? Once again, I actually would rather try and just grab you and pick you up, but give me another athletics save. Check, sorry. Or acrobatics, your choice.
Oh, this isn't good. Hey, I rolled a 10. That's something.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
I rolled 16. Okay.
Would it not
You're
have
grappled again.
disadvantage to grapple because it can't see him?
Grapple attack and attack.
Yeah, you know what, I will roll it again. It's not grappling isn't necessarily attack, it's kind of like a special attack. But a 10.
I mean, you've still got to be able
Wow,
to
that
see
one.
someone to grab hold of them.
Oh.
The claws scratch around your arms, then you kind of like twist, move away. It's then digging around in the snow, and you seem to have evaded it for just a moment, but it's like hot on your tail. That's gonna be its go. Hulla.
Okay. Do I see anything at all?
Yeah, you can see a creature in the light that's swiping at the dancing, the dancing lights.
Okay.
Should be able to
Yeah.
see it.
If I can see it.
No.
No, I can't see
Hold
it
on,
on my
I know why.
screen.
Probably. That's weird.
I can see the beacon. I can see the light, but I can't see any creatures, I don't think.
What about now? No. Oh, weird.
Got nothing to target.
Oh, I can see it now.
Oh, there's one. There's one. Yep.
Because I might have been up in the air. Okay, that's probably why. So this one's
Okay.
landed and it's trying to swipe at the lights.
Okay.
So that would trigger
I-
both our held actions, right?
Yeah, I had a held
Yeah.
guiding bolt. I'm gonna try that now.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll do my held lightning launcher.
Oh, it hits.
Oh,
Crit. Yeah, and I'm gonna do the once on each of my turns to give that an extra d6, which I assume would also be doubled by the crit.
the once per turn extra d6. I think this, if it's a rolled dice, then yeah,
Yep.
should be an extra 2.
An extra 3 damage, so that's 17 from that crit.
Nice. An extra 3. Wow. So he did 10 plus
27
24.
damage over.
27 altogether.
Yep. Now it's Hulla's actual turn.
For
should
my
be
actual
bloodied.
turn, I'm
Go
gonna
on then.
cast
Yeah, your actual
Sacred
turn.
Flame. Yeah, I'm just gonna cast a Sacred Flame since I don't want to use up all of my spells if I don't
Ooh.
have to.
Oh, you got max damage then. I rolled really low. Damn. Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
Well, this creature makes one fatal mistake of just flying into the light, and then it is instantly brought down. And you see what this thing is now. I'll give a description. This creature
Oops,
seems to
sorry.
be
Yeah, ignore that.
a carnivorous-looking bird of prey, but it has these massive antlers, like that of a deer or something, or a stag. But its brightly colored feathers kind of belie a more unnatural creature, not a beast, but some sort of monstrosity. And you see blood all over its talons and its what's it called, beak. There you go. You can have a little look at the full art. And of
Oh
course,
my.
the creature lets out
Yep.
this horrible pained screech that as it goes down, and it is immediately heard by the other one. Though that's going to be. Do you want to move as well? It's up to you.
Yeah, I want to move up my 30
You go up to
feet.
100.
Oh, by 100 feet then.
Yeah, you're on Labra. You're on.
Yeah.
Brewster. Yeah, who?
Yeah, our axe
I'm on
beaks are back
Brewster.
to front.
Yep. Can't seem to move him.
No.
No. I have trouble
Got
with
the
moving my
measuring
icon
tool?
sometimes. No, the measuring tool is not
You
up.
don't have-
I've
okay.
got my token selected, but it's not moving. However,
Well,
nope. It's not. Does
you
not want to move.
You sure you haven't got
Yep.
token controls? Select tokens. Don't know if it's not paused on your screen, is it?
Not anymore. Oh, there we go.
That'd be why. You're good. You're moving. So that's only 40 to get up to there. The second screech that you heard as a response to this one dying seemed to be further out. Somewhere out into the blizzard forwards. But it's up to you what you want to do. You still got like another 60 foot of movement.
I want
with
to
your
keep
axe beak.
going. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, if you keep going all the way, you will actually bump into the creature. It is
Okay.
on the ground and it is scratching at something, and you can actually see snow being kicked up, not 5 feet away from it.
Okay, I'm out of
No.
actions right now, but I'll.
Okay. That's it. 607.
I'll call out. Barry, is that you? Hang on, we're coming.
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna shoot the one that came into my light, but then, well, I didn't get a chance to. Okay, so
You're the
I
reason
will,
it's dead.
Yeah.
so I will move. I guess 60. How far should I go? 50 feet, right? I can go 50 feet.
50 on your mount, 100 if you dash.
I'm gonna go 50 first, and then I'm gonna move my lights. I can move it 60 feet.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna move my
Grab all of them?
yeah, just move them towards 60 feet down until I see whatever's going on. And do I see the other one now?
Now the other is illuminated. Yeah, this iridescent feathers shine in your dancing lights.
Okay, so he should be within range that I can target. And just fire bolt. Hopefully that hits.
Mm-hmm.
8
You
fire
singe
damage.
its tail feathers.
And that's my go.
Okay. Barry, you're back up.
I should be able to move, right? Because I'm
Yeah,
invisible.
you're not grappled.
I'm just gonna run. And then I'm gonna use my action to dash.
Okay. When in doubt, just dash.
I'm invisible, it shouldn't be able to see me. Catch up towards Lily.
Okay.
That's all I got.
That's what you got? Alright, Skrapp.
Okay, so Skrapp is gonna dash the 100 feet to get to there, so I'm within 10 feet of it. And then I might as well do this just to give myself the edge. Allow a little draconic cry. So that I now have, and my allies will now have advantage on it. And then I'm going for another lightning launcher.
That's a hit.
And I will do the extra
Zap.
d6 because why not? I've only got one attack at the moment, so 12 damage.
Okay. Ow. Yeah, not the hardiest of creatures. These... They do look wounded after that. That's going to end your turn.
Yep.
Ashanti's still running, though fear not, I think this combat's going to be over soon. The second Periton now begins to flap its wings.
Wait.
Um,
Wait, fear not. You're telling a barbarian, fear not. The fight will be over before you get there.
yeah, what I'm saying is, well, you know.
Fear not, Ashanti. You are once again useless, like you were in the boat against the lake monster. Okay.
It could be worse. It could be worse. It could be like this fight's like terrible and deadly, and they're gonna die without you being there. But sounds like they've got
Okay.
things under control as you hear a death scream from one of these screeching birds. Though,
Fair enough.
and I'm just gonna
Should've-
double check what the hell this thing would do in this situation.
I should have
You
moved
just
that
killed its
extra.
mate.
I should have moved that extra 5 feet so they would have to make an attack.
No, it doesn't matter.
Wow, it's
No, they have flyby. They
Ah,
don't provoke attacks. Yeah, so that's not a big deal. So, wow. This has kind of all gone to shit for them, I'm afraid. There's almost a look of dread over their face. Though they are monsters, they seem to belie an intelligence behind their eyes. And it is going to fly up into the air without provoking any attacks. And as it does, you see it's heading back towards its mate. You know what? I could dash. Go 50. Pick up their mate. I think that would do it. In the... just barely on the edge of the blizzard 607, you can just see the feathered creature suddenly latch on with its talons and airlift its mate up into the air. But it goes into the blizzard, and in which direction it goes, you're not exactly sure. But that's going to actually end its turn. All I'm going to do is a dash. And it's up to you whether you want to pursue that or not. But Hulla, you're up next.
If I can't see anything or anybody, I'm probably gonna wait for the others to catch up and move when they do. Move 100 feet when. I know we're all basically moving at the same time, but making me uncomfortable spreading out so far.
Okay.
So if I hold back a second or two, even just wait for them to catch up, then that's what I'm gonna do. And then
Sure
move.
thing.
Yep.
607, you're up.
I am. What did I see? What direction it was going in?
No, it pulled it back and into the blizzard, and you didn't see which direction it went in.
So I have no idea which way it's going.
No. No.
All right, I'll just I'll spread my lights out now. I'll dissolve the humanoid form and just spread them out so we have some
It's a better vision, sure.
better vision.
Yeah.
One down here.
Although the lights don't actually, like, I guess, reveal what's there, but they can definitely signal that there's lights there. It's kind of heavily obscure still, but anything else? Is your action?
And then I will move myself
South.
50
Okay.
feet. Not exactly to where Hulla is, because I want to spread out a little bit
Yeah.
with the ice. But I'll just sort of move to the side and sort of keep close, but keep a distance to spread out the weight.
Yeah. Okay. And Barry?
Keep running.
Okay, keep running. And Skrapp?
Skrapp cannot see the targets, and unfortunately the other one. There's not a lot that she can do. Just gonna
Tell you
call
what
out.
you can do.
Yeah.
You can make me a for Labris, Brewster, and Wedge. You can give me those three. Can give me dexterity saving throws. I just realized when Wedge moved up, you hear an almighty crack go across the ice, and you see it beginning to split after the heavy impacts from these dive bomb attacks and the rushing of these axe beaks. You start to see it split. You are the first to see it, and Labris immediately reacts and jumps away from the incoming.
Yeah, we're just gonna,
crack.
as part of this, we're just gonna move over here, I think, and we'll just, in case the thing comes into view, I'll ready a lightning launcher for it, but I doubt it's gonna come into view.
Brewster is not so lucky. As you move away, it's like you end up making this kind of seesaw on a section of the ice. As you back off, it lifts up, and Brewster slides on into the water, and the freezing cold hits it. As for you, Hulla, you would fall off your mount. Now, you're gonna have to give me a dex save as well now, to see if you fall in.
Yeah. Come on.
And that was supposed to be a con save, my man. For me, that is. Okay, Hulla also slips in, and I need another save. This is Constitution or Wisdom, your choice, whichever's higher.
Wisdom is higher. Let's.
Yeah.
Oh, for crying out loud.
So you got a 7. You are paralyzed by the freezing cold, and not only that, all your cold weather clothing is soaked, and one last thing, you'd be drowning as well, which is the worst part about all this. It is system shock as the cold freezes up your lungs, and you're just beginning to sink as well, especially in that heavy armor. This is the danger of the cold. Yeah, so did I nearly, until Skrapp went, there's nothing I can do, and I'm like, wait, there is something I can do. Skrapp, your turn still. You hear this splash as Brewster is plunged into the water, and Hulla with it.
Skrapp considers this.
Swimming around.
Well, as I move away, that would have happened, right? So that would have been happening as I moved.
Yes, it's still your turn, technically.
Okay, then Skrapp will move back a bit, but not, like, right close, and this is gonna be risky, but, I shouldn't be able to do enough damage in one attack for this, so... Brewster's not gonna like me for it, but, it's the only thing that I can think of to do to get them out of the water, quickly and effectively. So I tried to lightning rule them. Damn it, they made the save.
What is it? Is it a dex save?
It's a strength save. But
it's telling me
You
strength saving
auto-fail.
throw. Okay,
Yeah, you auto fail because you're paralyzed,
paralyzed.
so you can
yeah,
yank them up and out.
I'll drag Hulla out of the water, seeing that they're actually paralyzed by this. I guess I've targeted Hulla and dragged them out. So they're dragged 15 foot towards me, but or is it 10 foot? I think it's 10 foot. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
They still take the 7 lightning, yeah.
Actually, wait. I can pull them up to 10 feet in a straight line towards me. If I pull them 5 feet... No, if I pull them 5 feet, they don't end their turn within 5 feet of me, so they don't take the damage, because it's only if they end their turn within 5 feet of me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It says, or be pulled up to 10 feet in a straight line towards you, and then take 1d8 lightning damage if it was within 5 feet of you.
Oh, okay.
It's
cool.
oddly
Right.
specific wording, but...
It is,
so
yeah.
I just yank Hulla out and just like...
It's a non-lethal.
Yep. Non-lethal
Nice.
lightning.
Brewster is still in the water. That is going to end your turn. And
Yeah, I
Ashanti
can't do anything about Brewster.
still running. Then I'm going to declare this combat over as the Periton is not coming back. And you didn't locate it last turn, and you definitely haven't got a chance in hell of locating it now.
Yeah.
So right now, the only pressing issue is the Brewster is still in the water. Hulla, you are pulled out. You're
Am I still
still a little bit.
paralyzed?
I think as soon as you're pulled out, you're able to come to your senses, but minutes go by. Any minute that goes by will make a frost save, and you will pretty much auto fail with it being DC 20.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing. But yeah, you guys, you're out of combat. What do you do?
Okay, first I'm gonna throw a rope into the river and try and get Brewster to catch it or to grab onto it so that I can haul him out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Scrap's gonna move away at this point so that we're not putting too much weight on the ice in one spot.
Got it. Yeah. Make an athletics then, Hulla. I think also you should be on 1 level of exhaustion from failing that save earlier. Ooh, only a 10. Brewster is a heavy axe beak, and you get the rope. You have got the rope around, and they've got their neck kind of craning towards the ice. But then, as you try to get up onto the lip, you see it kind of crack again under their weight, and now it's splitting beneath your feet again. Gonna have to back up a little bit
I'm
more.
gonna back up. Yeah.
Yeah. And now Brewster's like
Back
at an even more difficult angle as you're trying to like drag them on.
I'm gonna try again. I don't have much else that I can do. I keep trying.
All that though, 6 or a 7. Do you want to try anything as well?
To get Brewster out of the water, I don't have anything that can. I can throw manacles on Brewster.
No.
I can throw a catapult at it.
Alrighty, you can pass it over to Skrapp then. You want to try something, Skrapp?
Oh wait, we should have had a long rest, right? Okay.
You have had a long rest.
Yeah.
You had one before the fight. Yeah.
Yeah. So Skrapp will get down off of their axe beak, move to within 15 feet of Brewster, and I guess try to lightning lure them out the water. Like, just sort of calling out, Brewster, this may hurt a bit, but it's better than drowning.
Ooh, he's still targeting the other guy.
Apparently so, somehow.
Yeah.
Strength saving throw for Brewster.
Yeah, roll that.
Okay.
Kind of want them to fail this though.
Can he fail deliberately and let it drag him, or?
I'll say this,
Hulla,
why don't you make an animal handling check, because in a moment like this they are panicking and a lightning lash is coming towards them. I think they would instinctually try to resist it, but you can try
rolling garbage except the one roll I needed to fail.
Throw some guidance on it.
You can sprinkle a bit of guidance. A 1? No.
A 1.
I think Brewster in this moment is still panicking and is breaking up the ice and pulling away, and the lightning just sort of crackles around them.
I'm gonna keep calling to him and keep pulling on the rope.
Okay. So
hey baby.
Also Ashanti at this point is probably making it onto the map and charging forward. There's absolute. Yeah, they're onto the map now.
Am I close enough to have run into Barry yet? Or are we still far away?
Yeah, you see Lily, definitely. There's a axe beak on the run. So there's no one on top of it.
Yeah, Barry.
I'll angle towards Lily to catch Lily.
Barry would have tried to catch up and climb on like Aragorn being dragged off.
Yeah. You can slow down Lily, and they're not in any immediate danger, but yeah.
Lily, did Barry fall in the water? Sorry, that was my Lassie imitation.
No.
What's that, Lily? Barry stuck in a well?
Yes.
Okay.
Been better though.
I will hold what on earth is there, and proceed a little bit more cautiously now that I'm close enough to the action.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Up in the distance, you see Skrapp and Hulla off of their mounts, trying to pull out Brewster from the fissure that's opened up. 6 or 7 and Wedge are like dangerously close to the edge as well. And at the moment, the fissure is only widening as Brewster thrashes and panics. And at this point, the next attempt, if this fails, you're both going in the drink again, because it is just getting too much. It's basically like spidering all the way around you. So you're going to be like left on this sinking island the longer this goes on.
I get down on my stomach to spread out my weight, and I'm still gonna call to Brewster.
Yeah. Hello, with the length of the rope, would it be worth tying it to Labris and getting Labris to pull?
It's not a bad idea. If you can bring Labris over here, or I'll bring the rope over to Labris. I'll keep Labris
get away from the ice and
from the edge of the ice. Yeah.
Yeah, and Skrapp is gonna try to call out to Brewster to try to get them to calm down before moving away, I guess.
Do you have speak with animals?
I could. It would be using my spell slot, but that's probably worth it at this point. So yeah, actually no, it won't. I'll use my once a day free cast of speak with animals. I'm sure I've got once a day use of it. Let me just double check the rune shape feature. Make sure I'm remembering that correctly. Now number of runes. Yeah, once a day. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna cast speak with animals and be like, Brewster, I know it's scary, calm down, and we will get you out the water. Just relax.
It's clearly panicked, and Bruce is like, help me! It's so
We're doing our
cold!
best. Hold on to the rope and we'll get you out shortly. I promise.
Okay, give me an animal handling with advantage, and I think double 8s. They're still in a fluster.
Have guidance?
If
I can
Hulla
guidance. I
jumps
can
back
guidance.
over, yeah,
Yes.
you can.
Yep. Why not?
13.
13. They seem a little bit more calmed down, but they're still somewhat like thrashing around. But they're listening to you now. They're like, okay, just get me out. Pull on the rope.
Yeah, and I'm gonna pull on the rope from here, and Labris will pull from there, I guess. So, and Hulla will pull from where they are. So there's 3 people pulling essentially.
All right. So this is gonna be an athletics with advantage. You can either roll with your axe beak or yourself. I think, Hulla, you probably got better chance actually.
What's your athletics boost currently, Hulla?
Mine is only a +2.
Technically, this is actually best if Skrapp rolls, because I can use the armor of magical strength, and then I've got no wait, because that will add +4 to it. So, because it's equal to my intelligence mod. So yeah,
that's
Skrapp will give it a go.
Go ahead,
so
with
it'll
advantage.
be whatever this is +4. So 18.
An 18. That'll do it. Brewster hastily kind of jumps the gun a little bit, where you're not pulling quite ready, and it cracks another piece of ice beneath you. But you're able to kind of use your own strength to lean back, pulling away from the crack and like dragging them onto the ice. And they're like, thank you, please.
No worries, nobody likes a cold bath.
I go over and pat him down and start trying to dry his feathers and go, 607, can you dry this guy?
Yeah. And then
Also
I'm gonna quickly untie the rope from Labris and get Labris to move away from us so we're not all grouped together as much. Because obviously we're on the ice still.
Okay, yeah. You do want to get these away. Alright, Labris.
So I'll move with Labris away.
Okay. Yeah,
and we'll
I'm not
just
gonna
try
move
to spread our weight.
you. Okay. And I'm afraid it's just going to be a flat con. Actually, just make it a flat con save, because currently your frost gear is soaking wet. So just a straight con save.
For
And then
me?
Brewster will. Yeah, because you are freezing cold from the plunge.
Come on. Ugh.
Yep, it'd have to
Okay.
be a miracle to get like
Yeah.
a 17 or higher, I think.
And Brewster has to do the same. Con save.
Brewster has to do the same, yeah. Okay, so Brewster does also get a level of exhaustion, and you get one as well.
I get one extra. Yep.
Yeah, because you've already fallen in and frozen. And this minute that goes by as you're trying to get across the ice, every second is painfully. Your body's shutting down. Basically, it's going to go into hypothermia very quick. Where is 607? He's all the way over there. Okay.
How close is Ashanti to them now?
You're about where you are now on the map, so some 60 feet away, I think. 45, more like. Though, you notice that Labras kind of sprints off to the right and away, and you see the cracks in the ice sort of begin to settle. They're no longer spreading across the lake, or the river, rather. But, yeah, you're keenly aware that there's a massive fissure behind them. Going ahead.
Alright,
There's
I was trying to drag
dancing
us
light
forward,
following you.
but okay.
Okay.
But I can't get Brewster to move. Oh, there we go.
Like,
Never mind. Do.
so what do? Do you try and get across to the across the side of the ice, or are you making your way to 607?
I'm gonna try and make my way over to 607 and beg for his mercy.
Okay.
That drying thing that you do, that wonderful heating spell.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to kill you. Okay, I can do that too.
Different type of mercy.
Take you back here then.
On you or on
On me first, and then Brewster.
Oh no, poor Brewster. Okay. So begin to warm up their clothes, and you don't need to spam it. Don't worry. Please don't spam it. The clothes are going to take at least one more minute to warm up here, and especially for Brewster. Brewster can make me another save, and you as well, Ashanti. I mean, sorry, Hulla. Okay,
5
Brewster takes
again.
another level of exhaustion.
Oh my god.
maybe I should have warmed up Brewster first.
There's nothing they can do about it. Also, that's definitely going to be hypothermia for Brewster by failing like by 5 and 1. I think as well.
Right.
Same
Yeah.
for Hulla. I just realized because it's definitely below 5.
Okay, I know it's only been like half a day, but we've been traveling in a blizzard. Y'all have fallen through the ice. I think we should set up camp and get everybody
Once-
warmed up again.
Once we're
under
across
shelter.
the river.
Yeah, right. Once we're across the river, on the other side, find a copse of trees so we can get a little bit of a windbreak, and then set up camp and start warming everybody back up again.
Yeah.
I'm okay
Okay.
with that. I think I could use the rest. Sorry. I'm sorry we
So,
fell in.
Up in
Sorry I wasn't there to help.
Nothing you could have done.
I think if we have to cross this river on the way back, just in case of similar dangers, we should perhaps cross at the same time, but just like spread out like enough so that we're distributing the weight so we're not too far from each other.
Yeah, I didn't like
Yeah.
that at all. But I think
Yeah,
I don't think we're going
Oh.
to be going back though. We're going to be going across.
Barry, you
Yeah,
look kind of rough. Do you need a healing spell?
Wait, you can see me?
Yeah, I
Well,
was
no,
about to say,
sorry, your
like,
voice sounds rough.
yeah, like, what, apparently, Barry, did you die and I'm hearing your ghost again?
No. Maybe. Woo!
Okay, I
No.
think
Lily's
Barry's still
feathers are
alive.
just covered in.
Uh, do you want to get this
Track me anymore.
heal, on,
It would
Barry,
not
or do
let
you
up
want
on
me to
me.
do it?
I'll do it. I've
Yeah,
got spells left. If we're resting, I've got plenty of spells.
I'll drop invisibility.
Okay. I'll toss a cure wounds at you.
No.
Unless we're having a long
If you're
rest, then
attempting,
you might not need to
if you're
use your
attempting,
spell.
if you're attempting a short rest, then you might be able to just save a cure wounds.
Yeah, just spare the
But
dying on me to give me 1 HP.
Yeah,
that's
Okay.
for the dying heart.
let's get off the ice and across,
Mhm.
and hope that
Okay,
whatever
so
that thing was
you've made
doesn't
it
come back.
across. In front of you is the towering spine of the world, and there are lots of little alcoves. What are they called? Mountain
Gullies?
tops, caves, gullies. Yeah, that's the one. Gullies that you could take shelter in from the wind, but and maybe even from prying eyes in the skies. But do you want to travel on a little bit to get up to the side of the mountain rather than camp out in the open tundra?
I think it's better to find a little bit of a windbreak. Yeah.
Shelter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Especially
we'll
in
say
the
that you.
blizzard.
Okay, so we'll say you spend the last leg of this journey 1 more hour getting to the mountainside. So give me 1 more frost save, and then we're going to take a short rest. This time, Hulla, you should have all your gear.
No. No.
Scrap. That's a fail.
Yeah, I know.
It's only 1 level, but
Yeah, I've added my level of exhaustion.
okay, the others look fine. Yep. Okay, so you nestle your way into the spine of the world. There's a gully that you use as a windbreak, and you begin to take a short rest.
Let's build a fire.
Mm-hmm.
In a blizzard?
We can build
Well,
a
at least,
windbreak.
yeah, I was saying
Ah,
we
okay.
can. I'd like to set up the tent and get everybody and all the axe speaks in, and then check over Hulla and Brewster and Barry, and
hmm
need to get them out of this weather.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to actually ask for a survival check to be able to set up this tent and fire during this weather. The only reason you're even getting the check is because you're actually in a windbreak already. But okay, 12.
Are we
And
all rolling,
then
or just Ashanti?
this, I want 2 rolls, one for the tent and then one for the fire. So whichever
Guidance?
one.
Somebody
You
else
can
better
also add
roll. I've been
guidance.
rolling like garbage.
I've got a +2 to survival. Oh, no, there's
Guidance
someone.
got 12 to 13,
Okay.
or to 14. Sorry.
All
A
right.
14
Yep.
and a 20.
A 14. The tent is taking a battering. It's hardly staying up. The fire, on the other hand, you do manage to get a quick windbreak and a shelter for this. The fire is lit, but it kind of has to have certain. It has to be like tended to continuously, otherwise it just flickers out.
Hulla, you tend the
I
flames, and
I need to
so
stay
you're
awake
right by the
anyway.
fire.
Yep.
hmm
Like you and Barry sit by the fire, and uh, Scraps
You can
and 607.
you can
Can
take
you
a
help me with the
short rest.
tent?
Yeah.
The tent is the tent's going to be a lost cause, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
But you
Okay.
It's
can
not
take a
really.
short rest.
Yeah. 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 So, do I actually get anything back on short rest that's
Okay.
actually useful at this point?
And at the end of the short rest, you can make 1 more frost save because it's an hour. But you do have, with the campfire, +2 to the frost save. So
Mm,
you can
Yeah, that
probably
better
manage
help.
to be alright.
yeah, so whatever this is, plus
Yeah.
2. Okay.
Yeah. +2. Yeah, you're good. Huddled around the fire during this vicious blizzard out in the spine of the world, you manage to recover, lick your wounds, and prepare for what could be an oncoming fight. But you're safe. You're out of the danger zone. It feels. Whatever those creatures were, they were clearly a hunting pair. And for some reason, they were absolutely hell bent on trying to rip something out of your chest. Good job you have that sturdy breastplate.
Yeah, that was rough.
Mm-hmm.
I did not enjoy that at all.
Yeah,
And
this
then we're
part
going
of
to
the
go up
world
against
really
goblins.
seems to have things out for you, Barry. Oh, great,
Okay.
but we're all alive. A little bit worse for wear, but could be worse.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, can I use my cook's utensils to make tea for everybody? Just a nice
Yeah,
warming
you
tea.
can.
And okay. Do you need me to roll anything or
No,
click on
that's
them or
fine.
just okay?
You cook up a nice warm meal for them.
Okay.
It definitely helps a little bit. The lasting effects of hypothermia will be lingering, unfortunately. That means you have disadvantage on initiative and no reaction.
That's fine. As long as I still have my healing spells, I'll be useful. Right? We can do this. We can still do this. I mean, we are still doing this,
Well,
right?
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
Right, we're gonna negotiate our way through everything, right? So that'll be
I
fine.
mean,
Okay. If that's the case, you guys can move on when you're ready. Are you heading to Karko?
I think so. I'm ready. I'm as ready as, well, as I'll be for the next few days anyway.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Yep.
Might as well.
Right, Karko.
We're here.
Let's load up this scene then.
Like how everyone's like, yeah, we should really do this, but none of us actually want to do this.
I don't want to do this. Barry, you have the best charm and diplomatic ability, right? Are you going to take the lead on this one?
Well, you have the most charm and diplomatic ability of the people who want to be diplomatic.
There you go. That's what I meant to say.
I guess.
Are you okay
Okay.
with that? Because I could try, but I don't think I'm very good at it.
I'll
Not very persuasive or, good at speaking.
do my best, but I'm not the fondest of goblins.
Are we gonna go with the whole merchant thing then? If we're gonna go in there, I mean, are we gonna try to sell the wolf pelts, or what is our plan when we get to the door? What do we want to say to them?
I guess we're here to negotiate on behalf of the 10 towns. Might as well
Okay.
with. And maybe we brought such and such as an offering to, get them be a little more friendly.
As a welcome gift? Or
Yeah.
Or no, they're supposed to be welcoming us as a host
Hostess
gift?
gift? Yeah.
Yeah.
Peace offering.
Yeah. Yeah, this is... I don't know why, but I have a feeling this is gonna turn into a fight very quickly.
I'm
Mm.
a little bit afraid it's going to turn into a fight as well, but I feel like we at least have to try
Yeah,
to
I
try
agree.
and avoid
Yeah.
an absolute massacre of either them or
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, if it does come to a fight, if we can try to keep the lead one alive, because they've likely got information that might be useful, but other than that, I guess if it comes to a fight, kill or be killed.
As you say, kill or be killed, you see something up ahead that looks like a person, but your eyes adjust and the blizzard abates, and you see it's not a person at all, but what was a person. A stake in the ground has been shoved into the snow and rock, and stuffed onto the top of the spike is a human skull. Bits of hair still rotted away, flickering around in the snow and wind. And as you begin to hug this icy crag, you see more and more of them, warning signs to outsiders. And eventually, it's about this point you start to see around the corner a wind-blasted foothill and this ramshackle mountain roost. And in between these two large pillars of rock, there seems to be a rickety walkway with spiked ramparts, and you can see torchlight. There is smoke rising from several watchtowers, and a massive wooden palisade of, again, spiked natures. Here, have some art.
Okay, so...
I don't much care for goblin architecture. It's a little brutalist for
Shoddy?
me.
Oh, minimalist, yeah, that's a polite way of saying it.
You can
I suppose,
move
yeah.
yourselves on the map.
Well, yeah, I've got to try not to insult the goblins. Try not to insult the goblins and their crappy architecture.
Okay.
Skrapp being the artificer and likes their stuff. I mean, their stuff might be a little break-a-brack, but that's not through choice.
There is a fiery brazier casting its flickering light on the 30-foot high spiked ramparts that frame the main gate. Just as you're approaching, you actually see 4 goblins peering down from one watchtower, and then on the ramparts 4 more little pointy-eared creatures looking down as well. The gate is about 20 feet tall and fashioned out of cross-hatched pieces of wood that have been lashed together. And there is a heavy chain and padlock that seals the gate from the inside. 6 more goblins seem to shiver and then stamp their feet atop the ramparts, trying to keep warm. And you can hear them kind of gathering up on there as they hear your approach. The gates are down here, by the way.
Okay, so we're heading that way, I guess.
Mm-hmm. You hear a couple of shouts from the watchtower, and it seems to be in Goblin. Does anyone speak Goblin?
No. Not me.
Okay.
I
Then,
would.
Let's negotiate with the goblins. Well, nobody speaks goblin.
doesn't sound like they're directing their voice towards you. They're calling out towards the front gate. But it's up to you anyway. What's this frost save for? Who rolled this?
I didn't.
Oh, that was me earlier.
Oh, that was
Because you wanted a frost save while we were short resting.
I just swear I just saw a dice roll across my screen.
And I
Okay.
self-rolled.
Okay.
I was checking something, seeing if it'll work.
Okay.
I mean, at least some of the goblins can speak on them, but maybe not these ones on the ramparts. Now this is gonna be fun. Really need to keep working on that translator.
These goblins sound like quite a chatty bunch, and they are kind of saying something, but again, you don't really understand it. But it's like, and they're still looking down at you.
Chris, can you free wedge from whatever it's stuck on the wall here?
Oh, my bad. I did put it on follow, so you just need to move your token as well.
Okay.
And I somehow lost Andy.
Oh. One of the goblins. It's on. No, goblin. It looks like Andy's writing bits.
Oh, okay.
Yes. They're just
This
perched
is
on top of
smart
their
way
head.
to do it. Get surrounded by their...
Hmm.
So smart.
Okay. You finally approach the front gate. And you hear a voice call out. You 10-towners? What you want?
We're not 10-towners. But we speak on their behalf. They want you to stop raiding their caravans, and they want peace.
Peace. We heard this before. Same story. Same old Yarbnock story. There's no peace between us and 10-towners. This is a survival of the fittest out here.
Well, you seem to be freezing your asses off, even in this place. What if we offered better accommodation?
They hear kind of like a chatter and murmur on the ramparts. What do you mean?
Well, if you stop raiding all their supplies that they need to survive, then maybe you could work together to survive in one of the towns.
Roll me a persuasion check, Barry.
Okay. No, that checks out. Yeah, that checks out.
It sounds like trap. You want us to come out of our fortress, just so you can shoot us down where we stand. You think we dumb?
Wait. We want you to come out of your fortress so you and your army can attack the... What's that? 1, 2, 3... 5 of us? 4 of us? 5 of us with bits?
You said come 10 towns, so you lead us all the way to 10 towns, and then militia shoots us down.
There's no militia in the
Kill
town
us
that
in
would
our
be
sleep.
leading you to.
Oh,
Yeah,
but
we've-
another militia could just show up. We've seen the ones. We've seen the ones in the east towns. They have many soldiers. Nothing stopping them from marching in and killing us in our sleep. Tricksy 10-towners.
True, but the same can be said the other way round, right?
You hear one of them whistle. And you hear this kind of snarling in the distance. And something comes up to the front gate. You can't really see what it is from here, just that it's large and has thick fur. And you kind of hear the snapping of jaws and the snarling. And you hear something kind of dismount from it and begin climbing up the ladder. And eventually you see this goblin peering over the edge of the ramparts. And he begins to address you. So, you're the ones. We heard about you. Liars. A lot of you.
I'm sorry, what?
You said, we're already used to your lies. You can't trick us again.
What trick are you on about? Just so I can make sure I'm thinking of the same thing.
You know damn well what you did. You said you would let one of us go. And then you murdered the...
God damn it,
Sounds like-
607.
It did sound like one of yous did get to go free. I'm guessing
Not
that
by
was you.
your choice. No. It's one of my scouts. And you hear them come up to the front, look over the ramparts, and he says, "Yeah, those are the ones, Snubsuck. I heard them kill the others. That's what I thought.
What if we were to tell you that most of us didn't agree with that decision and it was decided against our will?
And it was after you guys had already attacked us. It was self-defense. Mostly.
Okay, so Skrapp, you can give me a persuasion, but I'm gonna say disadvantage because they're kind of
Yeah.
they're a bit hostile.
Yeah.
You've already
Yeah.
You're already in a
This is
bad
not
mood
gonna
by the
go well.
looks.
Yeah.
2. Mm-hmm. They said, anything's fair game on the tundra. Granted, we thought you were merchants and easy prey, but that's our mistake. Clearly, I underestimated you, but not again. So I suggest if you want to leave here with your skulls still on your spines, then you turn around your pretty birdies and walk away. And one of them, there's now some a little bit of not infighting, but almost protest to this. And you can hear this in common at first, like warm houses does sound good though. I'm not gonna lie. And Yabnok said it was possible, and then you hear Snubsuck sort of spit and like snarl in his face,
Yeah.
but he replies in Goblin. But you can definitely hear the name Yabnok as
Yeah.
he says, "Kokatarakai Yabnok."
Chris,
And the other
as
goblin
this
says,
conversation begins to go on, can Skrapp just subtly activate the comprehend language room that they have so they can understand what's being said?
Yes, you can. It's like, yes, you catch the tail end of that where he says, Yabnok's a fool. He doesn't know. You'd be easily tricked by these. You know they're liars. And the other one is very quickly put in their place, and they sort of back down, saying, "Okay, just a
Yeah.
thought. Sorry."
Are you the one in charge, or is this Yarbnock guy?
Do you speak in Goblin, or do you speak in
I
Common?
don't speak Goblin, so I can
Oh, okay,
understand
yeah,
I don't speak
course.
it, so...
That's right, yeah, it's not tongues. Okay. So Snubsuck turns around, and you can roll an insight check as well, everyone at this point. As they do say, who's in charge? Why, well, I'm calling the shots here. It's my duty to defend the gate from you, outsiders. And it's Yabnok's to throw little feasts and come up with stupid ideas like befriending 10-towners.
Well,
Um, what kind of cover does he have?
3/4 from where you're standing, I feel.
Shoot.
In fact,
yeah,
yeah, and he can easily just as easily kind of duck down again.
yeah.
Okay.
But
Scrap's gonna be a bit of a dick here because that's what Scrap does and goes, well, how about we have enough of the monkey and you go get the organ grinder because I'm fed up of talking to you and wasting our time. You're not the one in charge,
What?
you're just pretending to be. You're just the head of the guard at best.
yeah, you see him gritting his teeth. But I feel like a roll is needed here, so this again probably going to be. You can roll intimidation here if you wanted.
God, I wish I was better at charisma, but this is just Scrap being a dick more than anything than actually trying. Damn it, I saw that on the 19.
I nearly did, yeah. Okay, well, Snubsuck says, you want to speak to Yarbnock, huh?
Yeah. We brought a barrel of wine to talk over the peace talks with.
All right. In that case, you can leave your axe beaks behind. We'll take your weapons. We'll escort you inside. Skrapp and Barry on the inside check. You can see him slightly turn to the others, and there's again some more protest from the goblins. They were like, "What? I thought you just said they're not allowed in." And then he sort of just goes, "Shh, shh, shut up," as if he doesn't want his plans to be ruined by stupid other goblins getting in the way of it. You can tell this.
Scrap
He's plotting something.
Scrap considers this for a moment and goes, well, if you're that scared of us, how about my friends wait out here and I'll come in and talk to Yarbnock with Barry. Just the two of us.
With me?
I need someone who can actually talk to people. And the
I've
other
been doing
one...
very well.
Yeah, neither have I, but you've got a better chance than me, unless one of the other two wants to volunteer.
I'll come with you.
Okay, right, so...
I'm leaving Thunder and Bits out here and only bringing Andy.
Yeah,
They
right,
also
so...
said they'll be taking hold of your weapons.
Yep, so me and Ashanti will come in. You're more than welcome to take any weapons you like off of me, because Scrap's weapon is built into their armor, so but they wouldn't know that.
Okay.
And
Then- Ashanti, are you giving over your weapons?
No.
You're not allowed in unless you forfeit your weapons. You're coming to see the chieftain. My job to protect chieftain. Can't have you walking in with those pointy, sharp things, you understand?
No, I don't. Because I'm protecting my chieftain. I'm not walking in there and trusting that you're not going to kill my chieftain. So, give my hands to the side, as long as everybody else does the same. But I'm not letting my chieftain walk in there.
Okay, Ashanti, you can also give me an intimidation check.
Okay.
You see him actually smirk at that. Sort of almost, maybe it's a sign of respect. Maybe it's a smirk of it doesn't matter whether you have your weapons or not. But he says, all right. I respect a fellow captain of the guard, so to speak. Come on in. The rest of you. Hope you don't freeze out there. You hear him
the
climb back down the
enrichment
ladder.
Skrapp's just
One
like,
of the heavy gates are pulled aside, and you see him mounted up on this creature in
Chris-
a...
You've just gone
something's
like
really
major
wrong.
static.
Okay, whoops. There you go.
Oh,
You see him, he is atop this creature here. A massive warg. And that's the snarling beast you saw before. And
Right.
he backs away to let you in.
Yeah. And
Step forward.
just as we're going in, whilst before Skrapp stepped forward, could he have quickly tapped on his head to suggest that Hulla establishes a quick telepathic thing with them? Just before we start
Yeah.
moving forward. Hopefully Hulla...
with Skrapp?
Yeah.
It won't
Yeah.
be that much range though. It's like
No,
15
I don't
foot
need
range.
it to be that much range, just a brief moment, basically.
Okay, I'll cast it.
Yeah, I imagine this isn't going to go well, but at least we'll be inside so we can get the gates open if necessary, so just get everyone ready for when the fireworks start, I guess, if negotiations break down.
Okay. I'll yeah. I'll be ready whenever you are. Just make sure that the door stays open so that we can get to you.
I'll get it
Well,
open.
They close the doors after you walk
Yeah.
in. They padlock it,
That's fine.
and they wrap the chains around and padlock that chain. Snubsuck looks at you both, and Skrapp, your weapons are confiscated.
Yep,
Your...
which would be my dagger.
And yeah, they go to take your shield as well.
Okay, they can have the shield.
Okay. And they do a little quick search over you. So these goblins, they look at you with not a look of surprise, which is what you would normally expect, but rather more like a look of recognition. And again, you've still got comprehend languages up,
Yeah.
so you understand some of their chatter, which is like, what the? It's like that stuff. It's like that stuff we found on the caravan. Weird, huh? Oh, he's got the shiny things too. And they say, oh, it's kind of like our big robot friend, only
Skrapp.
smaller.
Skrapp's just like for a moment, just like gotta pretend that I don't understand the language. Gotta pretend I don't understand the language because the
Yeah.
idea of big robot friend and Skrapp's just like he just wants to ask about, but we can deal with that later. Right. What was your name? Snubsuck.
Snubsuck.
Right. Take us to your leader, I guess.
Follow me. And you see, actually, yes, they have to make you climb, isn't he? Yep. He's going to have to dismount again and climb up the ladder. So he points to the ladder here and orders you to
Yeah.
climb up.
Yeah, we're coming. Yeah, I've only got short legs and one of them's artificial.
There is snarling, emaciated wolves up here. They kind of snap at
Oh
your
my god.
your vicinity.
This bottom one is terrifying. Like, image-wise.
It looks like a crossbreed between a warg and a wolf.
Yeah, like the top one, like that's just like a scary black wolf. The bottom one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some sort of like crossbreed, but Snubsuck eyes you warily as he leads you on in. And all the while there is archers kind of idling, watching you.
Oh my
Seeing
god.
seeing the emaciated wolf absolutely infuriates me, and I'm seething, and I'm gonna quietly start to rage because
Quietly
I
rage.
am
Okay.
pissed.
Yeah.
I'm not shouting. I'm my defiance, but I am pissed at the way they're
Yeah.
treating the
Okay.
animals.
Yeah.
Alright.
From where Skrapp is, does he see this? She see this?
Yes, she does. There is dangling down what looks to be some sort of metal man in the rafters of the spiked rampart. It is held together with these pulleys and ropes. It almost looks like a puppet that's dangling there. It's a 30-foot watchtower. And yeah, a pair of iron cages are also dangling near it as well. And this golem-like construct with a helm shaped like head. The humanoid contraption is attached with the arrangement of ropes and pulleys to make it look like a giant marionette. You can give me an intelligence check, or an arcana check rather, to just
Yeah.
quickly at a glance go, what is that? Okay, yeah. You've heard of wizards and other spellcasters creating these kind of metal golems before, usually for protection. They serve their masters unquestioningly. They are known as shield guardians. And of course, every one of them has an amulet to control it. They magically link to the master, but you don't see it anywhere, not hanging around their neck or anything. And without the amulet, these creatures go into a very inert, shut down state where they do nothing. Yeah, it looks mostly intact,
Yeah.
albeit a little bit of rust and maybe some snow that's covered it.
So as they're walking, Skrapp will have noticed that and just sort of ask the goblin leading them, "Oh, as we're walking, what's that? That looks kind of interesting and doesn't seem typical goblin style."
Just something we picked up.
Oh,
Supposed to scare off intruders, but it sort of lost its edge a while ago.
is that from that thing that crashed up in the mountains that one of the goblins we were talking to in the fight told us about?
You ask too many questions. Save them for Yabnock. He turns around, snaps at you. Wait there.
Okay, I mean,
Back up.
sure.
He seems to head over towards the other rampart, and he looks back over. Further back. And it seems like he's really intent on not wanting you to overhear whatever he's saying. It seems like he's whispering a few orders to the ones up here. What about? You're not sure, but it only takes a moment. And then he heads back down to the others. And you see another goblin riding a wolf. This one more armored. Begins to head out. And goes across the bridge over here. Clearly like either relaying some sort of message or doing a quick patrol. And then after that, Snubsuck does a mocking grin and says, "This way.
Yep.
Yabnock's through here." Okay, inside this little area. What is it? Yeah, so this looks like a ramshackle barracks. And as he leads you in, you can see there are multiple other little rooms, hammocks and the like. And also there is a dining hall as well. Is there a door there for you? Might be.
Managed to.
Nope, you're good. Okay, cool. Okay, no worries then. So yeah, you head on in. The next room, you see Snubsuck kind of knock heavily on the door of, and then he's about to walk in afterwards, and then straight after that you hear the kind of door kind of close, slamming shut on him, and then he's like, "What the Yabnock, you have outsiders, they want to talk." You hear a voice from inside. sort of yes, send them in. Just 1 second. One moment, actually. Okay, yes, send them in. You hear the door kind of open up. Snubsuck gestures you forward. I have other business to attend to.
Yep, I'm sure you do.
He quickly strides off with like a purpose to his step.
And there
And you
goes
hear
the
him kind of
monkey.
open up several of the other doors. And yeah, it sounds like he's like gathering the troops for something. Though, yeah, you're left inside this interior. Now, there's a bit of an odd scene in here. So, first of all, the most strange thing is this egg-shaped crate in the corner of the room. It's like metallic. And it's just sat there, kind of
Yeah.
out of place, completely out of place. Like this isn't goblin make by any stretch.
Yeah.
Other than that, there are 2 wooden shelves that hold half dismantled objects and other junk. And in the middle of the room, there's an odd looking goblin in cold weather clothing standing next to the egg. Nearby is also a small fur lined cot and a brazier full of hot coals. So they're staying warm in here.
Yeah. Just a quick thing, Chris. For some reason on the observer, this is just showing as like all black. It's only the observer can only see like the edge of the fort still for some reason. Don't know if that's
You're not select Skrapp.
well.
On the observer?
On the observer, I can try. There we go. There you go. Skrapp selected. Yeah.
Cool.
Now the people can see. As they couldn't before, and only just noticed. So, right. You must be Yarbnock, right?
There is another goblin waiting outside as well, watching you. And he says, "Yes, I'm Yarbnock. And you are?"
I'm Skrapp, temporary ambassador, I suppose, for the Icewind Trekkers in 10 Town.
Oh,
Or 9 towns now, I suppose.
And you are big
Ashanti.
powerful lady?
Ashanti.
A pleasure. Well, very nice to meet you. A bit cold out there, isn't it? Warm yourselves up by the
Yes.
coals.
Yes, we had... Yes, after that difficulty across the river, warming yourself up by the fire sounds nice. Skrapp's eyes go across like the egg-shaped chest, and it's like, I'm just gonna ask the couple of questions because my curiosity will be the death of me one day, but what's in the egg box?
You're a curious one.
Yep.
Well, it's something I've been working on. Not exactly sure myself. Trying to get it open has been a bit of a pain.
Oh, I mean, I can have a look if you like. I'm pretty good with stuff.
No, it's not worry about that right now. I hear you're here to negotiate.
Yes. So recently, one of the 10 towns, in order to shift about resources a bit, has become available, and I believe the plan was to offer you residency in that town in exchange for peace between yourselves and the 10 towns. Though your guard didn't seem to like that very much.
Oh, Snubsuck, yes, he's he's been a bit riled up recently. Perhaps it's just the cold. Well, I can definitely work with the 10 towns. It's something I've been wanting to do for a while. Peace is in the interest of all our kind.
Exactly.
Though,
and-
might be a few problems with that. He kind of looks past you out the door with the goblin who's watching and eyeing you up. And you can tell he's like looking at them and then looks back at you. Yes, obviously distribution of food, housing, all of that kind of thing.
Well, there's plenty of
Well, looks again
housing
at the
there.
goblin.
There's a village worth, and then I sort of consider for a moment and just stare at the fact that Skrapp's... Oh, it's because Skrapp has comprehend languages on. I was just like, why have my languages gone weird? Skrapp thinks for a moment and then we'll switch into Dwarvish just to see if this goblin understands Dwarvish.
They kind of look at you funny with the strange expression on their face.
No.
Don't speak that, old friend.
Do you speak any other tongues other than Common and Goblin?
Of course not. I'm a goblin. So why would I speak any other language? Very strange question.
I mean, the I'm a goblin just makes that seem really suspicious to me.
as he kind of says this, he kind of nudges into a shelf with all this junk. It kind of rolls around, and I guess Skrapp, give me an insight check.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would recognize this kind of junk anywhere. The little pieces that have been fixed together and altered around, they kind of look more like gnomish engineering. And you see that when he said old friend, he kind of said it in a way you've heard before.
Skrapp glances about for a moment and then raises an eyebrow. And it's really annoying that Skrapp doesn't speak this particular language because limitations on languages, but they would have obviously dealt mostly in that. So Skrapp will think for a moment and then point to the friend rune that's carved on his armor, which probably, if this is who I think it is, would recognize.
They look at it, whilst also continuing the conversation. They seem to be going over, what was I saying, like housing, accommodation. Yes, there need to be a treaty in place as well. Official laws, and as he's saying that, he also he gestures to a rune on a piece of junk as well that he's just like fidgeting with, and it too shows the same rune, friend. And it's at this point, as you look over them, it's an investigation check. That's your forte as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty...
Oh, fuck. If only you didn't roll so low there. Okay. Yeah, you're not sure why this goblin seems so familiar. It doesn't seem possible.
Skrapp has an idea, but it seems odd, like unless who it think it is using a spell or something to disguise themselves, and it's just like
And as you think that, you try to peer through any kind of disguise, and it's hard. They've really, if they are under a spell like that, it's really hard to tell. They've really done a good job of covering it up. They say, but there are other dangers too. And also with that insight check, you can tell his voice is all over the place. Sometimes it's high, sometimes it's low, and it's just painfully obvious they're trying to put on a voice.
Yeah.
Though they say, right, well, I think, speaking of dangers, you could very well be in danger too. The other goblins outside kind of like look towards one another and they like put their hands on their hilts and they say, of freezing, that is.
Yeah.
We should get a nice warm meal and get
Yes.
everyone in here. Let's talk about this over a feast. Yes, a feast. Everyone, he calls it out like a feast. A feast. We're going to host a feast. It's going to be great. You're gonna have to provide some food here. We're really strapped. So
We've got some wine on in our camp, and we have some rations and things that we can share. Certainly.
perfect. Well then, fam, come follow Yarbnock. He leads you back out, and as you arrive, you see Snubsuck has gathered up a huge band of goblins, and they're all waiting outside, weapons ready. There's also several more from the huts making their way up on mounted goats. We'll say. And effectively, you are utterly surrounded. And Snubsuck looks like he's about to give an order to like rain down hell on you two. And then that's quickly interrupted as Yarbnock rushes up, puts both his arms around like either of your shoulders, or like tries to put an arm around your shoulder. Ashanti probably puts their hand resting on your arm and says, "We're going to treat these visitors like our own. They have come bearing gifts, and they have graciously offered to host a feast. And I know how hungry you all are. I can see it. I can see you twitching, practically gnawing at the bit. So we're going to have a little feast. We'll calm our nerves. And Snubsuck, go open up the gates for the others and let them in." "What? But they're armed. They're liars. They killed us. They killed our hunting party." Yavnok says, no, that's quite all right. We are going to put that behind us. They're going to make amends. Trust me, it's an order. In fact, it's an order. Go do this. And he's going to roll his charisma check here. 16 versus Snubsuck. And you didn't see that name?
No.
Oh, it's an 18. Shit. Well, Snubsuck says, "I can't, in good faith, trust these. Especially not with their weapons. It's for your protection as well, Yarbnock." And there seems to be a standoff between these two. Even though clearly Yarbnock's the one calling the shots, Snubsuck's putting his heel in the dirt. And
Yarbnock,
Ashanti and Skrapp, you can tell.
Yarbnock,
Yeah.
do you need a new captain of your guards?
I feel violence is the least useful option right now when we're trying to go the diplomacy route.
Okay.
You do that,
all right.
and we're going to have a lot of arrows coming
Stop.
at us.
Well,
Snot nose. Hey, you. Unarmed combat. You mean no weapons? If I win, my party comes in. You win, the party stays out.
What?
One
We
on
don't do
one.
duels in... I
you
don't
are
know
you
if you
too
knew
afraid?
this, but us goblins aren't really used to a duel.
It's not a duel. No weapons. One on one.
Our strength is in
Well-
number.
Or if the big
So-
scary half-orc is too much for you, you can always fight me instead.
Roll me another intimidation check as well, Ashanti. And
Okay.
yeah, we'll see how this goes. You're raging, so make it with advantage. And add your strength.
Whoops,
So
I'm sorry.
that's okay. Yeah, roll that again. And then, in fact, you could just roll athletics. I think that's pretty much the same.
So
Plus
My strength
4.
is
So
yeah.
15.
yeah, so rather than a
Snub's
-2, it'd be a +4, right? So yeah, 15.
Yeah, 15 it is. So they look at you, they seem to not be they can clearly tell just eyeing you up that they're clearly no match for it for a duel. And so any chance they get to sort of weed their way out of that, they try and they say, "Look, our strength is in numbers. A duel proves nothing."
All right.
And
Your
Uh,
top lieutenant, and me. If strength is
what?
in numbers, then no weapons, no help from the outside. I'll take on both of you.
They look back and they say, "And I get my warg."
No, no, you and your warg, or you and your friend. 2 against 1.
Hmm. I'm not a fool. I know what you did to our hunting party. That's the exact reason I don't trust you to begin with. Yabnok, you'd be wise not to let them in. We should take them out right now while they're split. We
I
have
mean,
them surrounded.
If you're afraid of a girl, I understand.
What?
I understand. I mean, it's okay. Some male goblins have trouble deferring to a superior female fighter.
He says, your taunts aren't going to work on us. Yabnok,
Not taunting.
he says, I'm going to have to tell you that this is an unwise decision. In fact, our faith in your leadership is wavering. You let them in right now, we could all end up dead.
I thought your strength was
And
in numbers and you far outnumber us.
Yavnok also is going to have to try and calm him down once again and say, "Look, it's all right. I trust them. If anything, how about this then? You can convince your friends outside to not bring their weapons in. Yes,
I can certainly try.
is that going to be all right, Snubsuck? No weapons, just a feast. And these our men could do with a good warm meal in their stomachs. You know, it's like as you've been saying, we need to launch more hunting parties. Need to be more ruthless. Well, this is ruthless negotiation. We're getting everything we want, and it's not costing us anything. If we are not satisfied in negotiations, they can leave, and what do we get? We just got a nice warm meal. So that's it. Final say. Let's roll them off again. Why not? 17. Wow, Jesus. they are really not buying it, are they? They don't buy it. And they say, "All right, that's it. I vote no confidence." And at this point, the goblins begin to amass. There's all of them. Every single one has come out. You hear this outside, Barry and Hulla and 607. You definitely hear there is a lot of commotion from the goblins as they begin to like turn around. They're calling out, like, what's happening? What's going on? But some of them not even there aware of what's happening. But I'm going to quickly jump to you guys as to what you're doing. C607 is climbing up a ladder.
No, I'm just trying to hide behind the tower here, that I'm not out in the open.
And
I'm
what's
gonna
going on?
be I'm gonna be
Okay.
out in the front, but with my hand on my warhammer, ready to go.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm waiting. I'm just waiting for
Like,
combat to happen.
yeah, pretty
Uh-huh.
much. Waiting for the signal to jump in or to
Okay.
try and break down the door.
You can tell from several of the goblins that something's going on inside, that there's like a lot of confusion, but it sounds like they're being gathered. And so you see 4, 5, 6, more and more of these goblins are pulled away from the front of the gates, making it less and less defended. The people on the watchtower remain, however. But they do send a runner who kind of comes down from the front and is delivering the message. But again, it's in Goblin.
Yeah.
Um,
Can we stop this goblin from doing something?
Yeah,
And
you
getting
can
to their
stop him.
people?
You could stop him.
We'll let them
He's
I
calling
will
out to the
try.
others.
Yeah, but these. Yeah, we don't want him to call out to the others. I'm gonna
Okay.
cast Hold Person once he gets close to me.
Okay. Um, Cast it. Roll initiative, and this is going to be fun. This is going down in the middle
Do you want
of.
all of us to
Hmm?
roll initiative?
I think so. I think if you cast Hold Person on this little gobbo, it's going to be the
I'm
start
not
of
attacking
something.
him. I'm not attacking him. I just want to know what's going on.
Just paralyzing him, and I don't know what you mean not doing anything. Paralyzing an enemy means you could like literally die for the next second. You, what are you trying to do? You just want to hold him. I mean, roll
I want.
this, pick the spell,
I
target him.
want to find out. Well, he came running out, yelling at his friends. I want to know what's going on inside. We have
Okay,
people inside. I want to know what's going on inside.
you could ask him, but I'll roll the wisdom save. He can't talk, by the way, if he's paralyzed as well, so he won't even be
So I
able to
can't
tell you
talk.
what's going on.
Oh, okay.
No,
Because I was gonna ask him once he was paralyzed.
yeah, it comes out
no,
as
he
like a
can't talk.
mumble.
No, he can't even. He stutters like.
Yeah.
He's like
Okay,
locked up.
Can I
So
stand
if
in
you want to
front of
ask him,
the?
though,
Can I stand in front of the ladder then, to block
yeah,
his
yeah.
path?
I
Okay.
mean, he's not gonna. He doesn't have to go up there to call to them. It's only a 20-foot ladder, and he's shouting out in Goblin. But the others up there, they kind of look. They kind of look a little bit confused. Some of them are sighing. Some of them are kind of riled up. There's like a whole mix of emotions coming from these goblins. But
So I want
you
to
want to
block
ask
the
what's
ladder
going on?
and ask it, what's going on inside? Why do you come running out?
Yeah, out the way. This is for goblins. I'm not. I don't need to talk to you.
Well, I just want to
This
know
is
what's
goblin.
going on. I won't move it.
Yes.
I won't. You can yell to your
Uh,
friends all you want. I just want to know what's going on.
well, it's
Tell us,
nothing
our
that
friends are
involves
in
your
there.
friends. It's between Yobnock and Snubsuck.
Yes, and apparently all of you and none of us. So just give us the truth. In good faith.
That's it. It's between Yobnock and Snubsuck.
Oh,
What
they're gonna
is?
fight each other? Yarbnock and Snubstock are gonna fight? Are our people safe?
Your friends are still in there. Yeah.
are you going to attack us out here now, or are you going to attack each other or something?
I'm not
What is this?
stupid. I'm just here to deliver a message.
Yes, and I want to know what the message is.
The message is everyone gather. We're calling for a vote. He begins to walk away. The others on the watchtower are like,
Can
they
we
seem
gather
to be
too?
speaking in Goblin. No. That's exactly why we're calling a vote.
I start climbing this ladder.
But the goblins at the top will stop you. There's 4 of them aimed with with bows.
Yeah.
And
I
they
just
speak
want
in
to.
common again. Get back
I
down.
just want to. Come on! I just want to. Can we be in the vote? We're just waiting out here for nothing.
How about you
Just a
vote at the end of
witness.
this arrow? Get back down.
So you're threatening me with violence?
You're coming
haven't-
in where you shouldn't be. If you want to do this, you're that's a bold statement, Mr. Metalman. Get back down or else.
Calm down, 607, and I will telepathically say to him, once they've all left, we can sneak in.
Hmm.
I'll wait. I'll wait like 5 seconds and then start to go down.
Okay. All right.
Now, from the way the tower is set up, do they have to like cross in front of us to go in through the doors, or is the tower?
Yeah.
Is there
they
like
do.
connected subterranean?
No, there doesn't seem to be any tunnels. They have to climb down a ladder and run to the front gate. But yeah, this message is going to relay to the other watchtowers. And it sounds like the goblins are basically calling for a little vote here. Whilst this is going on, back inside, the little goblin that's right next to you, Skrapp, says, we're in trouble here. I don't think I will win this vote. The goblins are beginning a little bit more desperate as of late.
Skrapp behind their back just sort of points to the friend rune again, just on their arm, and then just sort of tilts it upside down as if to say, like, inverted, and points to them. Points to the other goblins in front of them.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Kind of gives a slight nod.
And Skrapp just goes, well, it seems negotiations are broken down, so allow me to cast my vote of no confidence in you. And Skrapp's gonna basically start things off.
Oh, Jesus. That's not what I meant!
Oh, that's fine.
I didn't know. Oh,
What's
Jesus.
behind
Okay.
us? What is this a wall that's behind us or stairs? Directly behind me, the goblin and Skrapp. What is that?
You were just inside. It's a massive hut with multiple rooms, a
so
dining hall.
That's a closed door.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And then that's a wall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Should see the whole thing, right? Is it not
I
like?
can't. I just couldn't tell what it was.
Oh, I think I know why. Probably because this needs to be a little taller. Because you're on the same height as it. Let me make it like 40 feet tall. There you go. Yeah, that's a bit better. So you can tell, like... Oh, shit. But the door needs to be...
Okay.
Well,
I just wanted to make sure that was a wall, and a door behind us. Okay.
Yeah, these are the 2 doors at the front. You can go inside. That's the dining hall here. And everything. Okay. Well, it sounds like everyone's itching for a fight. So if you do fire off this,
Yeah.
I'm rolling initiative for every single goblin in the camp.
Yep.
This is, and I also mentioned that these goat riders have also surrounded you.
Yep.
Didn't want to move them yet, but I will now because they are actually all gathered. These ones.
I possession myself. One enough.
There's ones here. There's ones behind you as well. I want to say, Ashanti, even though it looks like it's a nice place to fall back to, I will mention that there are goblins inside as well. Yeah, also the ones on the huts have been called. They're making their way across the bridge right now. The ones on the front, I mentioned that they were kind of thinning away. So I'm going to grab half of them. So 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're over here too.
Ooh.
And it's like a lot more than 30 goblins now. I look at it.
Yep, that's
Feels
fine.
like it anyway. But no, it's probably about 50.
Oh.
Okay, there's some wolves.
Alright. Oh,
Okay. So
Alright.
you want to try and get the jump on this guy. You can't just fire off straight off
Yeah.
the bat and just be like, bang, he's going to see it, and I'm going to be rolling initiative. Especially with them basically trained with weapons on you anyway.
Yep.
Snubsuck had clearly ordered these guys to ambush you the moment you came out. The only reason you're still alive right now is because Yabnok is trying to create some sort of, what's it called, de-escalation by having you kind of host a feast.
But it doesn't seem to be working.
Had you not lied to the goblins, but they absolutely have no reason to trust you at all, and that is literally why this is going to shit right now.
Yeah,
because
you
killed the one that you said you were going to let go.
Would they have basically picked up that is purely the reason? Otherwise, it would have gone better.
Yeah, absolutely, it is.
Yeah,
you see,
right.
that's when I rolled these two off as a charisma check. It was. You feel like Snubsuck would have fallen in line, but he's consistently digging in his heels and says, "They lied. They killed us. We're not going to sit around a table and break bread with them. We should kill them now while they're split. It's the easiest pickings." And that is his last words before you want to do something and fire at him. Go ahead and roll initiative, Skrapp.
Oh, please don't fail me, initiative. You failed me so many times. I just need to outroll the goblin.
You beat him. You beat him. So.
Alright. So, Skrapp, he's gonna take a single step forward because you moved more targets into my range. Oh
boy. Starting us off with a shatter spell, eh? Okay.
No. I'll thin the numbers.
I don't think you realize what kind of shitstorm you just activated here.
Oh yeah, no I do. But this, it was gonna end in combat regardless.
Yeah, well, not necessarily. I think though, unfortunately, these goblins they're too on edge. The fact that you've already murdered them before, and maybe things would have gone different had you let one live, but the rolls have determined there's basically a vote of no confidence in Yabnok. Okay, I'm gonna roll for initiative. Everyone,
did I kill
Yabnok?
Well.
Oh my god!
Isn't
this what?
Yabnok here?
No,
that's not Yabnok. That's Snubsuck.
Standing next to me.
No,
that's
not Yabnok. Snoop.
Snubsuck.
Yeah. It's not Nose.
Snoop, snip, snoopity, snoop. Yeah, I love how no one can remember him. He just died. Give the guy some respect. He just.
It's not Nose.
Yeah, like Skrapp's like, and here's my vote of no confidence in your leadership. Die.
Well, shit, I didn't expect you to one-shot him. Actually, that kind of changes stuff. Fuck. Well, Good lord.
Anyone else?
Oh, fucking hell. God damn it. Yabnok is...
We will be adjourning for a short 5-minute break while the DM learns how to talk without stuttering.
I don't know what to do. The leader's dead. The leader is dead. Like, he was the only one who was... Okay, in that case, it falls to Manafek, which is the next goblin in charge. So yeah, do give me one moment, because I'm just going to have to see what happens here in the event that you kill Snubsuck in one round. Jeez. I mean, he is just a goblin at the end of the day, but... Like, I guess he wasn't lying when he said the strength is in numbers. Okay. One moment. Where is Manafek? So, there is a little shamanistic looking goblin towards the back. They're the one riding the goat.
Yeah.
And she is a female goblin. And she probably overheard the entire conversation about being a female warrior, Ashanti.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. So...
Also,
yes.
this combat is gonna last forever.
It lasted the entire other day. Like the whole session with the other group, the entire session from start to finish.
We've got
I'm
an
just
hour to wrap
looking
it
at-
up.
Yeah, I'm just looking
No,
at
we've
how
got
we
an
keep
hour.
to initiative.
We've got an hour to pause halfway through combat, is what it feels like. Okay, so, alright. Manafek steps forward, and before the arrows go flying towards you guys, which would have been the outcome had you not one-shot him. Snubsuck flies back into the snow. The shatter spell detonates his guts across the snow, as well as taking 2 other henchmen with him, delivering a fatal blow to 2 more. They're just laying there in the snow, winded, as this is a thunder wave, right? Everyone else
Yeah.
outside hears this, out to like a mile or something. That sounded like a spell just went off, a very loud one.
Literally, because I've had Skrapp control the sound, it's just going to be literally as it goes off because of the code word that I gave Hulla earlier. Fireworks. That's just what the booming sound sounds like.
Okay.
I didn't look like fireworks at all.
Manafek says, Hold your fire. Wait.
Hmm.
We all know Snubsuck was a instigator. But killing these outsiders here and now doesn't serve a purpose.
Oh.
No. No, I see great potential. You're clearly much stronger than what our scouts initially reported. I would like to speak to them myself. Perhaps over this feast after all. But Yabnok, that vote of no confidence still stands. I will be willing to step into your shoes should this diplomacy go awry. But for now, seems as though Snubsuck's days were already numbered. The other goblin's gonna look around towards Manafek. They're also kind of itchy to fire their bows, but I'm gonna say Manafek stops this from going forward. You guys are basically held at gunpoint.
Yeah.
And I know you've kind of basically revealed you're a spellcaster at this point.
Yeah.
She steps forward. She looks like she's kind of a shaman. She knows what's going on. She says, "Hand over your spell focus. We won't kill you where you stand."
Skrapp considers this for a moment. just quickly before we do that, I might need to go tell my friends not to attack, because that was the signal for if things went badly.
We start blast him.
But
I'll
also,
accompany you.
but yeah, also, Skrapp will hand over their smith's tools, which is a spellcasting focus that Skrapp can use.
Okay, you see Manifect, this shamanistic goblin, appear at the parapets with Skrapp, and all the goblins look incredibly flustered. They're like drawing their bows and like, "I'll kill you! Ah, I'll kill you!" And then you hear the Manifext like, calm down. We just had a slight disagreement with the upper management. That was all."
Yeah, ignore my previous signal. We're gonna have a feast and discuss things with someone who actually seems sensible, rather than a goblin who, due to the actions of one of our group, did not trust us. And honestly, I can't blame him, but he was also a bit of a dick with it, so... what was your name, by the way? I just sort of turned to the goblin. Right, so, Manifect here,
I'm the healer here.
Is the healer of the group, and, as we know from Hulla, healers can be very sensible, so, let's, have a lovely feast together and discuss, this treaty and stuff, and, yeah. And just Skrapp's just like... Skrapp's trying to think of a way to indicate how many goblins there are. We may need to send for more supplies, because there are a few more goblins here than we originally thought we'd be feeding. If it came to a feast.
Okay.
Also, some really hungry-looking wolves, one of which kind of terrifies me with... Like, is that crossbreed of some kind? It just looks really... Ugh. No offense.
Yes,
Well...
that'd be a null wolf crossbreed, right? With the others, what do you guys do?
Well, do we have
Barry,
any idea
Hulla.
what's going on in there?
You heard
Everything
the signal
that
go
Skrapp just
off
said.
to start fighting. Didn't we? Or do we have any idea
Skrapp
that they're
just-
not fighting?
Did you hear what Skrapp just said?
Well, that's why I'm
Yes.
asking. Did we hear that?
Yeah,
We
Skrapp
heard
just
the
called
explosion go off. Okay.
And then straight after that, the goblins threaten to shoot you guys, and they seem to be as flustered as you guys are. You can tell me what you want to do, though. If you want to go up there, 6 or 7, and blast goblin, you can. Otherwise, you can hear Skrapp shouting and saying, "Hold your fire," and Manifect does the same. Seems like they've come to an accord, but there was a disagreement in the upper management of the goblins. Poor guys are clearly at odds with each other.
Yeah.
See, we still give it a chance. We give it a chance, but can we take over the watchtower, maybe? If they're all gone from the watchtower, can we climb up and take it?
They have not left the watchtower. They
damn it.
right now they've got their bows taut and drawn, and they're threatening to shoot because they don't know what's going on. They waited one moment long enough that Manifect and Skrapp got to the barricade here. It's up to you guys.
I don't know what to do.
We can't break in on our own. We can't get through those doors, just the three of us.
Mm-hmm.
No. Do we go in peacefully then?
I hold up my arms away from my weapon in a surrender motion. Say, I'm not touching anything. We're gonna wait till they come out.
Oh, they're inviting you in.
Oh, they're inviting us in? I thought they wanted to keep us
Yeah.
out. Sorry.
No, they're inviting you in to a feast that you're providing for, apparently, according
Yeah.
to Skrapp.
I'll turn to the others and shrug and go, I might as well go in. We need to be with the others.
Are they going to bring the axe beaks and Bits with them? Because Bits has a sled.
Yeah, they say you can store your mounts here by the cages.
Yep.
Open the
Okay.
gates.
Yep. I look at 6 or 7 and Barry. Right? We need to be inside anyway. This is our chance with our weapons.
We have a
Yeah.
better chance. We have a better chance with all of us together to survive this, whatever the fuck this is gonna be.
We can't do anything from out here. That's for sure.
I have no clue where we are at right now in terms of what we're doing. But let's just roll with it and hope that I don't die to goblins again.
You can all roll an insight check if you want on Man Effect to see if they. You see if they're leading you into a trap or not. If you feel like you're unsure.
No, I rolled a 2. You know, that makes sense this session.
Cool.
Yep.
Ashanti, getting 17. You gathered with the way Man Effect kind of leaped into immediately stopping them from firing. It sounded almost like they do hold a lot of respect for the fact that they stopped. So they do sound like they are perhaps second in charge. It's very likely that they may have saved plenty of their kind from the cold, and they're probably responsible for rearing some of their young as well. It's almost like the wise woman of the group. But you can't help but feel like there's almost a little bit of opportunisticness behind it. Like, she seems to have an air of confidence. Like, unlike Snubsuck, who seemed to be on edge, there seems to be a quiet control to their demeanor. Almost like they have everything in in the palm of their hand.
Okay. I'm not saying anything because I'm still raging. So I'm just breathing slowly.
Mm-hmm.
And I just will look at her and nod. But I'm breathing slowly. I'm still really on edge.
Yeah.
And I am still really uncertain about everything that's going on. And I'm trying to be prepared should I need to defend Yopnak or well, not Skrapp. Skrapp can defend himself, but you know.
She can.
I need to defend.
Harry, running around like a rat in a maze. You need to go up a ladder in order to get up to the other levels.
Oh, this isn't a ramp. Okay.
No, that's a 50 feet high broken bridge.
Ah.
Ladder's over here. Or a ladder's over here.
Let me help you guys out. There's ladders all around the place. In fact, there's actually one over here as well, Barry. And there's one there. So you can technically move underneath these walkways and then up to the ladder and climb up. More so than anything, you're escorted anyway. So, Hulla, I'm gonna move you for your.
Yes, please. I'm looking at a
Yes,
screen of
thank-
black. Ah,
really?
there we go. There everybody is.
Your mounts are down here in the courtyard near a bunch of cages. It doesn't seem to be anyone in the cages, though you can see there definitely looks to be some use to them, like perhaps some old detritus, feces, that kind of thing. I'll chuck Lily over there as well. There's a shit ton of goblins. Several of them are dragging away the dead. The wolves are licking their wounds. The 2 injured ones are also asking Man Effect for some healing.
Right.
Okay. They're gonna lead you into this dining hall here.
Right. Yeah.
You're effectively seated, and
Oh no, I can't get through this.
Yarbnock
I got
says.
earlier.
Yarbnock says, "All right, if you have any food, now'll be the time to bring it out." We
I
need to
literally
make
cannot
this.
get through now for some reason. I did earlier, but I can't
There's a
get
door
through.
there. I've no clue how that height is playing up.
Yeah.
Well, if I can get my cook's utensils, I can make camp stew, which is basically biscuits and
Yeah.
jerky, with salt,
Sure.
pepper, and to taste. So I
You,
can make a stew. I just don't know if we have enough rations for 50 goblins.
well,
You don't, but you can try and split it.
Skrapp has 6 days worth of rations and are willing to hand them over for this.
6
Like,
days
Skrapp
worth of
will-
How about
rations. All right.
I'll share what I
about
have
5
too.
days? Yeah.
I've not been keeping track as well.
You're only like a day's travel from 10
Yeah.
towns anyway, but
Yeah, so. And what I'm imagining, I'm just gonna sort of telepathically communicate with Hulla again and just be like, do we offer the wine? Maybe if they get a bit drunk, they'll be less likely to eat as much.
Mm.
We got that barrel of wine.
okay.
Barrel of wine probably will do more than anything else to convince them that we're
Yeah.
friendly.
Alright. And so Skrapp will say, for Manafek, Yarbnock, and anyone that they deem of sufficient status to be deserving, we also have this barrel of wine which we are willing to share.
Oh, excellent. Yes, bring it out. Let's get that shit open. We need this negotiation to go as smoothly as possible. So please,
Yes.
yep, let's dig in. All right. Excellent, excellent. Warm
Yep.
yourselves up. A great deal of goblins, as many as they can fit in here, they do. Manafek at the head of the table, and they seem very interested in hearing your proposals.
Right.
So you're negotiating accommodation, a place to stay, warm houses.
A
Yes.
home of your own
Which-
is what we're offering, rather than just a fortress.
Yes, we've recently cleared out one of the towns that was of no use to the 10 towners. So now they are the 9 towners, leaving a town open.
Which town is this?
Um,
One of the
it's called
outskirts?
Dugan's
Yeah.
Hole, but
Dugan's
I guess you could
Hole.
rename it to Goblin's Hole.
I think we've heard of this one. One of the more remote ones.
yes.
Yeah,
Which
it's on,
we thought would
still on the
be
outskirts.
to your preference. So you've still got
Oh,
space, not
And instead
surrounded
of
by the other towns.
and instead of raiding the caravans, maybe we can smooth over a deal where you protect them for resources instead.
resources
instead of
being food,
yes,
logs for fires.
just like they would of the town if people were living there.
Do you have any of this in writing?
Well, no, because we've come to negotiate with you first to make sure that you're up for it and not just going to kill everyone.
Yeah, well,
So
I can send a messenger to get that in writing if that is preferred. May take a little bit to get there and back.
I mean, we've smoothed over deals with the 10 towners so the kobolds don't get killed. Can't see why we can't do it for you goblins.
roll me a persuasion check, Barry. Because that's actually a key piece of information. The fact that you've actually worked with kobolds and got them places to stay.
And I'm going
12.
to use
And Skrapp will actually
never
just
mind.
like take off like the helmet of their armor is just like, yep, kobolds.
16.
the
Well, see, you hear that, everyone? If they can rehabilitate kobolds, they can certainly do that with goblins. Starting to sound like a good deal after all. And they cook a fantastic meal. You know what? Roll that anyway, Ashanti. You see your cook's utensils in the chat. You should be able to click that button. Dad, this is good shit. Ah, tasty. You know, I could get used to this. What about everyone else? There is a kind of a murmur, and yeah, there's starting to win them over. I'm gonna roll another charisma check. Yeah, that's definitely better than their nat one earlier. Some of the goblins are just chowing down rather than just enjoy and savor the meal. They're basically scoffing it and devouring it. Hmm. Yarbnock says, "Yeah, see, this is what I've been saying. Like, the tent towners aren't so bad. They're offering us a place to stay. We can work together, triumph through unity. Together, we might be able to overcome this cold. You never know."
Yes.
We're working on it.
Wait a moment. Do you hear that? That's
Silence?
right. Nothing. Exactly. No more protesting from Snubsuck, who's nothing but negative and nothing but a thorn in our side. He was holding us back when we could have progress. Yes. What do you think, everyone? He's going to roll a charisma check as well. Try and convince his own goblins. It's a little bit better. See, they'll come around. They'll come around. As he's talking, everyone here except Skrapp can give me an investigation check. Because there's something odd about the way he eats. Which might be obvious
I'm
to
going to
one or
ask
two of you.
Manifect.
Mm-hmm.
Manifect, what do you do with your body, the bodies of your dead? Do you have special rituals? Do you bury them? Do you just put them out um, on the mountain?
We send them to their final flight.
Which
May
means,
their
You'll come off the
spirits
cliff?
ascend into the heavens whilst their bodies remain here in the earth. They fall back down to it. Yes, we chuck them off the cliff. They
oh,
point towards a large gangplank at the side of their camp.
I
It's all the way over there.
don't mean any disrespect. I'm simply asking, but your wolves look half starved. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
no disrespect, but could we harvest the meat from the dead goblins before you chuck the remainder of their bodies overboard? The hearts, the livers, the lungs, and the meat could help your wolves.
You can give me a persuasion check on this one, Ashanti. I don't know if it's gonna.
I actually have a negative
Yeah.
2 in persuasion.
They
I mean,
say I
that's not.
don't quite like the idea of them getting used to the taste of goblin,
Hmm.
but they are pretty hungry. Um, I'll tell you what.
Again, it was just a thought, but I do not wish to offend anybody. I do not wish to bring the
Yeah,
negotiations to a halt. I was just,
it's pretty bad. I'm not
perhaps,
gonna lie. I would say
we
that
could sacrifice one of the mountain goats to feed the wolves.
nonsense. They're an invaluable source of milk, and we need that to rear our young. And they're also wool, and we use their thick furs to we shear them like sheep. See? Look, they hold up like a small cold weather clothing cloak of wool that's stitched together with these woolly goats. No, the goats are much better off alive than dead, unless this winter gets really bad. But I'm hoping it doesn't get that far. As for the dead, Not sure if, yeah, like I say, feeding them to the wolves. You know what? There is one we will feed to the wolves. Snubsack. The others, they can have,
Yeah.
they can have their
I
usual burial.
I do apologize for the death of the others, but yeah, Snubsuck just rubbed me the wrong way.
Yeah, about that, and about the other. Look, the caravans and our scouting party. We'll call those even. Okay, we obviously took some lives during our raids, and when they didn't give over their goods, and obviously you killed our scouting party, but we'll say that's even. As for the ones who got caught in the collateral damage, I think you need to offer some kind of compensation. This deal that you have about
Hmm.
accommodation and food, we'd need some sort of guarantee that we don't just get slaughtered in our sleep, the militia and all that.
Yeah, what sort of guarantee would you be looking for?
A way to bolster our defenses. In fact, we noticed one or two of the towns have walled palisades. You'd be
Oh,
offering us Dugan's Hole?
yeah.
Dugan's Hole has nothing. It's not defensible. But
So,
Targos, or perhaps East Haven, would be.
Yeah, let's give the
unfortunately,
Even
goblins East
Brinshand.
Haven.
Okay, I think Brinshand and Targos are the ones with like walled palisades.
I do
Sorry, what was it? 6 residents?
appreciate. Hmm.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, let's give the goblins Targos for East
Oh,
Haven.
okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
Unfortunately, those ones are still heavily populated of humans, and considering, or no, mostly humans.
I mean, you
So,
could build walls.
Exactly. I mean, bring
Look what we've
the
done here.
town in, take the outlying structures, use the timbered stone in those to construct walls that are closer in.
that
Take wood from here.
that druid lady that you sent away, is she meant to be permanently living at the place you sent her, or is that just a temporary thing for her?
Oh, you mean Ravison and the
Yeah.
Dwaga fortress?
Yeah.
I don't know. That was just to get her away from
Because
Lonelywood.
I mean, if they're looking for a defensible location,
And how well Ravison gets along with goblins, I guess.
assuming they're still there.
Oh, we're rolling for initiative. Okay. Sorry, you've all got to die.
But
Okay, you can give me a persuasion check on this front as well. The fact that you're trying to tell them just move your entire base and set it up.
Yeah, they can take the wood
Ashanti
from
kind
here.
of put the idea, so Ashanti put the idea forward, I think. Right.
You want me to roll
Roll a
persuasion?
Yes, please.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Does it help that I was
So-
aiding her?
You was? How?
Well, I did say that they could build walls around around Dugan's Hall, and they could take the wood from here.
That's kind of the same thing that Ashanti said, right?
She was saying take down the houses of Dugan Hall.
Right.
Well, then we won't have houses.
No, not all the houses, just the ones on the outer edges. The ones that you won't be able to defend anyway. Use the stone in those.
Aren't they more useful as houses instead of just walls?
I mean,
If they're indefensible, no.
I mean,
Well-
I could, or we could get someone to look at the houses to see if they can be like reinforced to make the houses themselves more defensible, and that way you wouldn't need the palisade walls.
Have you ever been on a caravan across long
Mm,
distances? When you
yes.
rain when you rain in at night, what did y'all do? Y'all circled the wagons. That was to make the area that you needed to protect smaller and more defensible. You didn't need the wagons scattered all over the prairie or the mountain or wherever you were camping that night. You wanted them in close together, animals in the center, or in a defensible location. Same with Dugan's Hole. You don't need to occupy every single building. You pick the ones in the center, you defend the ones in the center, and use the ones on the outer edge for whatever you need them for, building materials, palisade materials. Um, you don't have to scatter your wagons. In fact, you shouldn't scatter your wagons. You should pull your wagons together.
Very good
Same
point. Very
principle
good
applies
point.
here.
Okay, well, potentially we could use the palisade walls, but we'd also want to construct watchtowers, and we want armor and weapons better than these old rusty chipped things that we're
I
carrying right now.
think we know where we can get you armor and weapons, and I'm gonna look to the team and go, Fargrass Warehouse?
Oh, yes, we know a really good blacksmith. Actually, the
Sure.
best blacksmith in the whole of the 9 towns. They're called the Black Iron Blades.
Roll a deception check. You're trying to give them the old crappy stuff. It's funny.
I mean, it's still an improvement.
Yeah,
Okay. They sound
seriously.
Black Iron Blade. They sound good. They sound like top quality shelf stuff. Hmm.
Yep.
All right, yeah, Black Iron Blades. We'll get what we want. We want swords, shields, new shields, and we want new armor, preferably studded leather for every goblin in the camp. And we want some more javelins. And
I don't
lastly,
know
we want a
if
large ballista,
Uh,
the
okay,
biggest you
well,
got. Yep.
don't know that
it,
we can do all of that, but we can certainly promise you we will give you what we can.
I don't think any of the... Do the
No
10
Two
towns have
weapons.
ballistas,
But
ballistas?
actually.
no weapons.
The 10 towns do not own ballistas. That doesn't mean you couldn't construct them. But currently, you don't remember any of them just lying around. You would have to you'd have to pool resources and workmen to create those.
I
Yeah.
think you might be asking for a little bit much there, but we can
Yeah.
definitely supply you with armor and weapons to protect
mean,
yourselves.
Well, armor, I would
It's
say,
not.
should be fine,
Hmm?
but as much as this is an idea for peace, like, I'm just gonna say, do you really think the 10 towns are gonna willingly arm people who might turn on them? Like,
Absolutely, the 10 towners aren't, and I don't think
Oh,
it's a good idea either. To be frank
don't
with
be
you,
mistaken. This isn't
no.
to defend ourselves against 10 towners. This is to defend against dragon attacks. Ones which we've been prey to many times, I can assure you. I don't know if you're
In-
aware, there's a giant frost worm flying around out there, hunting on the west side of
yeah,
of Icewindale.
Well, there you go.
Hulla,
When was the last time you heard of a dragon attack in a 10 town?
true.
Protected on
And
or not by
I know
weapons?
the dragon is getting desperate and getting more and more adventurous.
you might
It's
be
taken
afraid
shrinking
of it,
ones
but
at us.
I've ridden it. It's really not that scary.
What? Okay,
ridden
Yeah.
it.
now
I've ridden
someone's
it.
talking out their ass. You have.
I am not.
Yeah,
Come.
after it fought with a giant ice crab.
Okay. You sound like tall tales to me, but
I
let's
mean,
say
yeah,
you
of
did
course
ride
they're
it.
tall towers, they're really, really big.
All right, smart kobold. Listen here. Even if you did ride the thing, it's no friend of ours. And if it finds out we're in the moment of transporting our goblins, it could even strike from on our caravan as we're moving over
Well-
there. That thing is dangerous.
Well, then you've got to figure it this way. We have an inn with the 10 towns. As Ashanti just said, we have an inn with a dragon. You'll be fine.
And we've got rid of. I mean,
Regardless.
are there any other threats you'd be worried about during the transport of your stuff other than a dragon? Just
There's owlbears, peritons. Hell,
what
there's
a
even gnolls.
what? Well, we've dealt with the Paratons for the time being, or what I think was a Paraton, and we're gonna go
large
kill the
monstrous
gnolls
bird?
next. Yeah, large monstrous bird, antlers.
Did it try to rip out your heart?
Yes.
Oh no, Barry did it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how they reproduce. Their cycle depends on the heart of a freshly killed humanoid.
Wait.
The organ must be consumed by the female periton before she can reproduce.
So I was part of some
Oh.
Periton sex ritual.
That's gross.
Yeah,
It's
it's like
awful.
an aphrodisiac for them.
Yeah, I don't.
Well,
I wish I didn't know that.
I'm so sorry.
Well, you do
for
now.
That's
Enjoy that
mean-
cursed information.
Did we kill the female one by any chance?
Impossible to tell, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not in that moment.
I mean, considering
Um,
the other one, yeah. But
But that's
also
the other
we're planning
danger.
to-
That's another reason we need ballista peritons. They've been preying on us, taking a few good hearts.
They haven't preyed on the 10 towns.
We don't want to take that risk. Dugan's Hole's on the outskirts. More of a shanty town than a town at all. I need defenses. I need protection to ensure our people's safety. Yavnok,
mean-
surely you agree with this? Yavnok's like, well, yes. As it happens, I do agree. But
Can you
I also
just
agree
get
with
that thing
the
outside
friends
working?
here. They did say it's a bit of a tall ask.
Can you just get the big
No.
thing outside working? That'll defend you against
Nope.
most things, right?
Nope, it's a pile of junk. Doesn't seem to be moving at all.
Did you lose the control amulet?
There's a smile across their face. Oh, so that's how it works. No, we don't have it. You actually feel a noticeable like elbow in your side. It's from Yavnok. Oh,
And
I didn't even go back to the insight, the intelligence investigation checks. Did anyone get a good
no,
roll?
nobody did well. Or the two who rolled didn't.
Did anyone else? Has everyone rolled an investigation check?
Is it the one from way
Nope.
back when? I didn't roll at the time.
No, it wasn't that far. Hulla and 6 or a 7 need to roll.
Intelligence?
I think.
Okay.
Intelligence investigation, yeah. Okay, 15 will do it. So time to reveal Yavnok's true form. And Hulla as well. As they're gnawing, you can hear this strange kind of grinding sound. Their lower jaw seems to be like continuously grinding and gnawing. And that's what Yavnok means in Goblin, by the way. It means ever gnawing. And you can see through the disguise pretty handedly. It's very well done. They seem to be constructed by like metallic pieces and scrap metal, but the inconsistencies and like the cracks in the disguise are covered up by a actual spell, which is what's it called? Disguise self, right? No, it's silent image. They're using a silent image spell basically to cover up the inconsistencies. This is actually what they look like to Hulla and to 6 or a 7.
So if you haven't got the amulet and that's just a piece of junk out there, why don't you just dismantle it to make something like a ballista out of it?
I'll come back to that in a second. Hold on. Yeah, you can see like stitched together. You can see through the gaps in the eyes. You can actually see more like humanoid-looking eyes, like normal skin color. This is no goblin leader you're dealing with. This is perhaps a gnome that's the size of a goblin, but not actually one.
I'm gonna use the stone of brain talking and tell that to everybody in the party.
Mhm.
That
That's probably just when you get the elbow.
And
Gives me even
Scrap's
more
like,
reason to say that
and
about
Scrap's like,
dismantling.
Scrap's like,
Okay.
that makes sense why they knew the runes. He thinks in his head, like, I thought so, but I couldn't see through the thing. Oh wait, actually, I don't think it's dismantleable, unfortunately. Too well constructed, but
Anything's dismantleable with a good hammer.
enough magic,
If
and
you can
it's
set
not.
us, if you can set us up ballistas, then we'll think about it. About stopping the attacks on the caravans. But
Okay,
that's one of the big things.
Do you have a schematic or
sorry,
something for a
thinking-
ballista?
Yeah.
Oh, well, why don't you ask your inventor friend over there? I'm sure Yarbnock can fix something together. And they raise an eyebrow. Manafek, you can tell from this, is clearly onto Yarbnock. And now it all makes sense as to why their demands are so high. After all, they're quite good at making stuff, especially for a goblin. All the other goblins seem kind of a little bit oblivious to what she's hinting at, as they continue to chow down on this meal that they've clearly been starved of for years. You hear Yavnor kind of like, right, yes, must have just been gifted by a goblin god from a young age.
Yes, I mean, I'm a kobold, and we're not normally that good at making things, and I'm pretty good, so, it happens.
Manifex says, did you know that Yarbnock's actually the one who came up with the name for Karkalok?
Oh.
What does it mean again? It's a strange language. He goes, oh, yes, it means home. What language is that again? Oh, I don't know. Probably something like Knoll. Yeah, it's Knoll for Karkalok. I mean, Knoll for home. Manifex says, oh, it sounds more like Gnomish to me, but I don't speak it, so I wouldn't know. And Yarbnor gets even more nervous. Well,
No.
it was a name to signify a new start and to dream of a better future. And to the future, he raises up a glass.
Yeah.
So is
See?
that what you're going to rename Dugan's Hole then?
Right.
Karkalok 2.
Yes. Karkalok Electric Boogaloo.
Greater
Well, something like
Karkalok,
that
the
anyway.
greater home.
Yes. Away from many cold mountains.
Now,
At this point, I think you see he passes you something. Oh, like as the feast is kind of coming to an end, he actually passes like a note to you, Skrapp, and it's like a rolled up piece of rabbit fur. It's like a strip of their hide, and on the strip is written a brief kind of little message saying, yes, it's Spellix Romwood, and she's clearly blackmailing us. If we
Yeah.
don't if we don't like heed to her demand, she will let everyone know I'm a fraud. Also, destroy this message.
Yeah, Skrapp will go. Thank you for this, for wiping off my face. Wipes it off and then just sort of eats it or puts it in their robotic mouth.
Yeah, but from the other side of the table, 607 and Hulla, you watch this very bizarre sight as two basically robotic kobold and robotic goblin try to pretend to eat things. Whilst
Well,
one's egging on the other.
yeah, Skrapp will say, well, creating a ballista will take some time, so it wouldn't be something you would immediately be able to get, but if you're willing to wait, I can write something up and get that built for you in the near future. After all, it's not like ballistas are lying about everywhere.
Well, that sounds agreeable, yes. And we want enough wood and food to sustain our entire tribe. We don't want to have to worry about going without.
You know, you need to work for this, right? That's why we're going to set you up as, instead of robbing caravans, actually being security for them, so your group can earn food and coexist. Can't just
They can't afford to give you everything for free any more than you can give them everything for free. There just aren't the resources.
the whole point is to
Sorry.
work together, not just demand.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, like I said, I'm sure Spellix is. I mean, I'm sure Yarbnock's great mind can figure out some sort of deal, some sort of distribution of wares and goods. So I'll let you stew on that for a while. See what you can come up with.
Skrapp considers things for a moment. Do you like mayonnaise?
Who doesn't? You see a couple of the other goblins' heads look up from their empty bowls.
Well, technically, it's not the healthiest diet. It is possible to survive on nothing but mayonnaise. If I could provide a way for you to produce 2 gallons of mayonnaise a day, would that satisfy part of your food worries?
You see them practically salivating as you say this. That'll do it. Yes. I think that sounds like a perfect little negotiation. See, we're getting much more than we would have if we were listening to Snapsuck.
Exactly.
You got to deal with that one.
Yeah, I will have that delivered to you. I've got to do some work on it. Take some time to prepare the magical artifact. I can probably have that to you. And Skrapp just sort of seems to make some calculations on their hands, and I don't know, I can probably have that to you within maybe a month, and then you'll be good for food for a while.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, this has been great. And I can't thank you enough. Looks like this is going to be a brilliant little partnership. Isn't that right, Yarbnock? We're all working together. Yes. Well done, Manafek. Good job negotiating. I will have to escort these fine adventurers back and get this in writing. Yes, get it in writing so that we can all. Manafek cuts him off and says, "Yarbnock, no, of course not. You're the leader. You have to stay here. We can't just have you wandering out there. And
Well, would that
you're
not
needed
be
here in Karkalok."
Manafek? Weren't you going to have a vote of no confidence? Wouldn't him being willing to go and risk his life to get this signed be a proof of his leadership?
You can all roll an insight check again here. Manifex says, no, Yarbnock's is very smart. He's the best leader we've ever had. In fact, it was their idea to open up negotiations of peace in the first place. He's far too valuable to risk going all that way out there. What if he doesn't come back? What if they don't heed to his negotiations? They might hold him hostage. With a 18 Hulla, yeah, you can tell there's a slight doubt in the back of their tone. Up till now, they've kind of been very in control, and you can tell why, because they know the truth and they're using that to their advantage. But now you see when Skrapp points out a vote of no confidence, Manifek has deliberately avoided that and has actually somehow changed her tone, saying that no, I don't want to do a vote of no confidence. Yarbnock's a great leader, kind of bigging him up. She knows that in order to blackmail, in order to have this kind of be a meaningful leverage, that everyone has to be following Yarbnock. So it's just that much more. It's just that much more damaging if she does decide to flip it on its head. But the other thing with an 18, you can actually tell maybe it's also because she doesn't think that everyone would follow her if Yarbnock was not around. So she's actually better off being a second in command and pulling the strings from behind rather
Okay.
than being in the spotlight. She's not actually confident she can lead, so it's better off going the blackmail route than just outing you guys. She's smart. She's cunning. You can
Well,
tell. She's
the
getting
good
a
thing
lot out of
is,
this deal.
the good thing is, anyone that's with us won't get taken and killed. Especially if we make them an honorary trekker.
Yes.
So they'll be in good hands.
No. I think he's staying right here, where he can lead from his throne of goblins.
But we need him to
You saying you're
negotiate.
willing?
Yeah.
You're willing to go with us?
Why don't
We'll
you
send
both come
someone
with us then?
else. No, we'll send another
Well,
little underling.
well,
We
well.
already have. You already know our demands,
Yeah.
and we're not
Y-
budging on them.
You
So
know,
y-
it seems
Yard
really
knock.
deliver
weird.
that message yourself.
It seems really weird. How about we let the leader make the decision? And I turn to Yabnock.
Yes, Yarbnock. Please tell us, what should you do? And think carefully. I wouldn't want you to rush into any decision. So do think carefully about your next words. Yarbnock caves instantly and says, "Yep, looks like I'm staying here for the time
Well,
being."
Yarbnock, as the leader and the most intelligent and wise of the tribe, if a vote of no confidence has been called by a member of your assembly, can they so quickly withdraw it without it going to a vote?
Manifest corrects you and says, I didn't call for a vote of no
Yes, you
confidence.
did.
That was Snubsuck."
After Snubsuck died, you said that you would continue the vote of no confidence.
Uh, well, we really want to do this? We can do this.
Maybe it's a good idea to make sure there's a clear chain of command. To make
Yeah.
sure
Yes.
that the right person is an authority.
After all, Manifest, you're doing so much of this negotiating. Surely you should be the leader, right? You're the one who's making the decisions on what demands are made.
Fine. We've been all in attendance here. Everyone's heard whose negotiating skills are on display. We can see Yarbnock's intelligent mind at work. Who do you think should lead, everyone? Please raise your hands if you think it should be me, or if it should be your still current leader, Yarbnock.
Well, I mean, don't you think it's
Let's see those hands.
only fair if you roll 50 D2s?
Wait, what? I don't know
50
what you mean by that.
D2s, and one
Okay,
is
so
Yavnok and two is Minotaur.
what we'll do is the same kind of thing before. I'm just gonna roll a straight charisma check for both of them, and this is weird. It's funny how you're trying to get. I don't know who you want to win in this instance, really.
We want Maneffect to win because then Yarbnock's not the leader anymore, so it's more than willing, so she should be more than disposable to come with us.
Okay, but then she can also
Is that
just
what we want?
sabotage her own. I don't know. I don't think it is. I thought you were just saying, "Oh man, yeah, this is such a such a net like a web of
Yep.
diplomacy."
What
'Cause,
do
like,
we want?
yeah, what? It's a good question. Maneffect clearly doesn't want to be leader, but she's also holding this over Spellix's head. They don't want Yarbnock to
Yeah.
leave. I
Yeah.
will just roll a charisma check for both of them. Well, yeah, looks like Maneffect was right in her doubts because she doesn't have leadership qualities.
Damn it, Yarbnock.
Spellix is um the goblins say, well, Spellix is Yarbnock's the one who can make ballistas. That makes him completely indispensable. If he says he can do that, we should have Yarbnock stay leader. And he's led us this far. In fact, the whole defense system, the bridges, the locking gate, the watchtowers, those were all his ideas. Never since we've been able to defend against peritons, against dragon attacks. He got us this far. Sounds like Yarbnock is who we need to lead. Sure, Maneffect has helped heal and tend to our wounds and rear our young, but we wouldn't be alive, and we wouldn't have any young if it wasn't for Yarbnock. He's the one who helped us build this place to begin with. Maneffect says, "Yes, see, I told you, you're a genius. You're a genius, Yarbnock. I don't know any other goblin who has such a vast knowledge of engineering and defensive systems.
I
Where
will
do you get that from?"
Oh, I want
Go
to
ahead, Hulla.
telepath. Manifect as second in charge and come with us. Use your authority
You saying this to Yarbnock?
to Spellix or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So he says, I get what she's... finally you hear the gnomish voice, the actual gnomish voice. Well, this is a bit of a conundrum we're in. You see, she knows who I am. It's pretty obvious. She wants me to stay here because if I go away, then... Well, I'm free. I've escaped. I think she knows this, and she wants to use it against us. If she reveals that I'm a gnome, then the goblins are going to kill us. All of us. They're not going to trust me because they're going to think that I've been luring them all into a trap this whole time. They've
Have
been
you
led
been?
by a gnome this whole time. Well, yes,
Why
I've been.
have you
Well,
been
no,
disguising?
I don't want to. I would have been dead if I didn't disguise myself. I would be dead with the rest of my caravan. It's a long, long story. But effectively, we were scavenging. We found this strange crashed... well, actually, I escaped from this crashed ship. And we gathered some parts, and as we were leaving, we got lost in the tundra, and then we were attacked by the goblins. At which point, they killed the rest of my crew, and I was able to slip past their notice. Found out later they held the rest of my crew inside those cages, and later ate them. Yes, so I tried to save them. Yep, tried my best, but I couldn't just waltz in here. I used whatever parts were left to construct this little outfit here, and I managed to patch up the gaps with my spells, but I situated myself as their leader because I had a vast knowledge of defenses, and I basically built this place with their help. I earned their trust, you see.
And you've still got it. So why don't you use that? Negotiate with us
Because,
with your authority.
because, what do you want me to say?
Say that you agree to the terms on their behalf because it's best for everybody. Convince them.
I do that, and Manifect reveals me. She wants more.
What does she want? She doesn't want.
You ever
She doesn't
see-
seem to want to lead.
She wants the best deal possible. And if she wants that Targos that you were offering earlier, then maybe that's the best route. With ballistas and all. And the mayonnaise.
We can't
Boy,
give you Targos.
talking, but-
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well,
It's not an option.
maybe. Well, I'm gonna have to sort out some sort of palisade then in Dugan's Hole, is it? I've done it once already. I can do it again.
Tell them that. That's their best option. That's their only option. If they want to survive this winter, you need to use those skills of yours in this new place. Rebuild what you have.
And the 10 towners, are they going to agree to letting a load of goblins in?
If you
into
stop
10
raiding,
towns?
that's all they want, is safety for their own people.
All right.
I know.
I'll try my best, but like I said, I think you should just heed to Manifect's demands, or else we're in a lot of trouble. So
That's the problem. I don't think we can. Manifect is asking the impossible.
not
Let
impossible.
alone one of the most powerful.
If you can convince the 10 towns to get me the resources, I can construct a ballista.
Would they agree to not using it on any of the 10 towners?
I think
Let's say-
I think they're twofold with that. I think they definitely want to use it to defend their home from big threats, but
Mhm.
also it's, as they said, a guarantee that the 10 towners don't just waltz in there and kill all the goblins in one place. It makes sense. I think they're using it as a guarantee.
Okay, how about this? You don't use it first against any of the 10 towners. If you do, they'll come after you with their militia. Kind of a failsafe. You can use it to defend yourself or against the worm, but if you attack any of the 10 towners with it first, then they come at you with everything they have. Us included.
And I guess he does announce this, basically word for word what you said to the rest of the procession here. And he says, "We will await the we'll await the adventurers to confirm that they can get us the resources for this blister. I'll help construct it. We're not to use it against any 10 towners, though. I
Except
see
in
you over there.
self-defense.
No, don't get any ideas." He points across the end of the table. "Just self-defense, you hear? And we can construct a new palisade. We can do it. We just need to transport a lot of the stuff over there. And we'll get new armor, new shields, new weapons,
So
and a whole shit ton of mayonnaise."
if you're not willing to come with us as a means of talking with the 10 towners, then in terms of rank, the only next person to come with us would have to be Manifect. It's just how that goes.
The second in command, yeah.
What do you say, Manifect? Also roll me a persuasion, Barry.
Can I give guidance on that?
Yeah, you're across the table.
Yep.
Oh. Okay, so 21. They say, you know I'm needed here to tend to the goats and the young ones, but I will go if it pleases you. But if I don't return within 3 days, then you will know that these adventurers were never to be trusted. And you can be sure that it was your Yarbnuk's bad judgment call to send me to my death.
Well, you wouldn't let Yarbnok come with us. And what if we come across more of these Peritons that you're on about? The one that tried to take my heart.
That's why we need blisters.
Manifek, I respect you, and I will stay in your place. I will take care of the goats and the children while you go with my comrades. That way, if you don't come back, they have a hostage from our group.
How do you Ten-Tanners do this? Do they seal it with a handshake?
If that's what it takes, then yes.
All right. They offer out their hand to you, Ashanti.
Then I'm going to take a deep breath, and I will shake Manifek's hand.
All right. I think that concludes negotiations.
Yes, but I did have one other item of business that Yarbnok unintentionally brought up that I would like to discuss, if that's okay.
Very well.
So Yarbnok, you mentioned a crashed ship of some kind with strange material, correct?
I think that was in Hulla's
Oh
mind.
wait, no, yeah,
Oh.
that's actually true. Never mind, ignore that. But Skrapp will say then instead, whilst we were talking
You know all
with,
about that.
whilst we were talking with the other goblins, in your hunting party, they mentioned you'd found a crashed vessel with material similar to what my leg is made out of. And I was wondering if we could investigate it together to learn more about it, because this material seems quite powerful. I think if we could make weapons or such out of it, then you might have better weapons than most would have.
Who are you directing this question to?
So this would be like Yarbnok and Manifek, sort of between the two.
Yarbnok kind of says, "Oh, that was before my time here." So,
Ah, Manifek.
yeah,
Would you be able
don't know,
to
don't know
fetch
about
the
that.
Oh,
But
you-
Manifek says, "I remember. Yes, it was before you joined, wasn't it? It's just a long time ago. There's not much left of the stuff. A crashed ship. We found bits of wreckage, and we found a caravan of what may have been survivors,
Oh,
but there was something wrong about them. Something alien. I'm
oh.
not sure if I've ever seen the likes of them before. We didn't take any chances. They were pretty much as good as dead anyway, freezing in the blizzard. And so we finished them off, took what scraps they had. Nah, we didn't really know what they were, but we dragged that thing back, and she points towards the room, the strange egg-like device, and that thing, and they point towards the big old robot, the big golem.
Well, and
Hmm.
well, we should
Yeah.
check that area out in case there's more stuff. I mean, if you found some scraps, there must be more there. That potentially there could be some use. You could lead us to
Not
the
that we-
area.
No uses that we could figure out. Look like a bunch of junk. But if you're really that invested in going there, I'm sure we could show you the way back to where we found
Yes.
the caravan.
Yes.
You asking Manifect to do that? Like, you want her to guide you there?
Yes, though, if we consider that as before we head back to the 10 towns to do the negotiation, perhaps we should send a small party up there, yourself leading the way as you know where it is, and then your smartest to help me decipher what it is. We could do with the extra brain power.
Well, our smartest would be Yarbnock.
Yes. But we're not going to be taking them away. They're going to be coming with a bunch of you as well, so, you know. Safety in numbers, and we can... And anything we find...
How about this? Do you have a map?
Yep.
How about I just mark the location, and you can go there
Okay.
yourselves?
That is fair.
They don't
Okay.
seem to have
Go.
any incentive to want to go there. They don't think it's a worthy adventure, like worthy venture. If they think it's just junk. Of course,
I mean,
you know it's much more than that. But...
Yeah. Skrapp will as to try to persuade them. I mean, if we can get more of that material, you might be able to have something like this, and they'll just sort of focus, and the armor will pack down into its small state, then pack up into its full state.
The eyes kind of widen as you do that.
Yeah, I need more of
Impressive
that metal to be able to do that, and I think there might be some other things there, and with that sort of technology on your side, you'll potentially have something even greater than a ballista. I mean, I can take down one of those peritons by myself, so...
All right. It's obvious it's something more than junk. Fine. But we get a share of the spoils if we accompany you.
Of course. That fair's fair.
All right. And if there does happen to be a giant ballista there, we're dibs on that.
Oh yeah, you can have the ballistas. I mean, what am I going to do with a ballista? Like, it's bigger than me.
You're
I mean,
a
it's bigger
couple of
than you
cheers
too.
from the other goblins. The other goblins are like, yeah, ballistas! They seem to be really sold on them.
You guys really like
so-
ballistas.
And mayonnaise!
Yes.
We were promised mayonnaise.
Yes, the mayonnaise will be got to you at some point. It'll just take me a little bit to work on it. I'll have a device that magically produces mayonnaise.
Okay.
Because I technically
rest of you
can. I just don't want to yet, which is why I've given the month of window, because I'm hoping I'll have more infusion slots by then. Or we won't have to worry about this problem.
Okay. The rest of you guys, what do you want to do? Do you want to head back to 10 Towns and finish the negotiations, or do you want to go over towards this crash site first, then go back? Or what's your plan?
Can y'all investigate the crash site after you get back from 10 Towns? I don't mind being a hostage for good behavior, but I really don't want to sit here for a week or two wondering what's happened to you.
Well,
Right.
I mean,
We'll be fine. We'll come back for you in about a month.
Oh,
Jesus.
I
Harry.
mean, my
Harry,
plan
you're
was to
killing me.
My plan was to go investigate the crash site with everyone, then come back here and do the hostage situation. Because obviously we're going to need goblins and a bunch of people in order to bring back any materials, so... And we'll need our muscles, so...
And is that leaving Yarbnock here, or?
I would prefer to take Yarbnock with us for obvious reasons, but and Skrapp has
Yeah.
said we might need Yarbnock's intelligence to be able to help identify things. Scrapp's good,
Yeah.
but an extra smart boy is always helpful.
And I think that we need to secure negotiations so they will feel more comfortable with Yobnok going with us.
Yeah, I think that's. I think you said
I
it.
think so too. The negotiations need to be need to be done first to settle the goblin
Yeah.
problem. Then we can worry about
Okay.
the
Yeah.
scraps.
Well, my main
No pun
thought
intended.
was that I don't know how your brain rock is going to feel about you then going away from the crash site.
Well, they rolled a nat 20. Hulla, in
I
your
had a good
mind,
morning this
you feel
morning.
pretty
Yep.
confident. Yeah.
I feel okay. Yeah.
I mean, if that's what we prefer, we'll do the negotiations first. But I just thought whilst we were here, but I'll go with the will of the group because that's what we do, isn't that right? 607.
Off.
Yeah, he's the snub sack of the group.
Hmm.
It was a joke.
Right. Well, should we get going then, Manafak?
Y'all
Let
don't
me gather my
need to
things.
rest. I mean, it's been a whole day and falling through ice and everything.
Yeah, we should probably set up camp and rest and.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm okay
Or
personally.
set up rooms. Chris, what time of day is it? And is it still
So it took you about.
outside?
Yeah, so it took you 4 hours travel, 5 with the short rest, and then however many hours you were actually talking with the goblins in real time, which is probably another like 4. No, probably not that much.
Well,
So
not fight dinner.
oh yeah, you did have a whole feast. So yeah, it may have been actually about 4 hours. So I'm gonna say that it is altogether it's about 4 o'clock.
I mean,
4 p.m.
we could start traveling, but then we're gonna have to camp in the middle of the wilderness again. No. Again.
After the
There's nowhere to-
7 hours of blizzard, it's now a heavy snow. I think. Actually, I can't remember rolling it. I'm just gonna roll it now. So yep, it's a heavy snow. So it's not actually as bad going back. I wouldn't even have to make you roll frost saves, I don't think, because everyone's got above a 15 at least. What are
Yeah.
you on, Ashanti? Hulla, you're on like 3 levels. So
I'm
your
on 3 levels.
minimum.
Brewster's on 2. Yeah.
So you got a minimum of 15, right? So you would be okay. So yeah, you could make it back no problems within enough time. You'd have enough time to get back, but at that point, then you'd probably want to rest. So you could make it back home, rest, and then set off another day. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'd like to get this done as soon as possible.
I
Get
mean,
this out of the way.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. In that case, then to wrap up tonight's session, you guys can bring Manifect with you. She's gonna also mark this location on your map. It is all the way down here. Now,
Oh wow, that is.
they found the caravan on the 10 trail here, but they were following the river down. Actually, probably more like here, because they were following the river down, hoping to find civilization, and that's when they ran into the goblins, who are obviously patrolling the 10 trail for caravans.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that's when they got ambushed. But you now have a location pinpoint of where this crash site was. You don't need to worry about random encounters because I already rolled that for today, and that was what I rolled. 2 Peritons flying down from the spine of the world. They probably have a roost somewhere up in there. So travel back is uninterrupted, and it's going to be about 10 o'clock by the time you get back. Something like that. But you have enough time to rest up and even do the negotiations if you wanted. I guess you're talking to Sara-Jane about that?
Yeah, I
The
guess, because
speaker of Bryn
they're the nearest one.
Okay, yeah. In that case, then
Dennis,
we'll...
I'm going to recommend that they take the empty sled with them and bring back some food or rations.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to buy food whilst before we head back.
Yeah. Any rations you had, you can wipe those off. You basically spent all of that on the feast because you needed to in order to simmer the goblins down, because that would have been combat had you not basically killed Snubsuck in one and put an end to the rebellion, so to speak.
And I'll let Manifek borrow Thunder so she doesn't slow the group down by walking.
Okay. I think as a small creature, she could fit on the back as well with steel riding.
Well, Thunder can pull the sled and carry her. And I'm going to keep Bits and Andy with me.
You got it. All right. Well.
Yeah.
That will there you go. That will conclude today's session.
Yeah.
I did expect combat, but I was literally ready. I was with the trigger, like about to pull it, because you basically were about to kill them all, and I could see 607 was about to kill them too. But it just didn't go that way in the end, I guess.
Yeah.
Although could have had a real bloody battle if you were split the way you were. That could have been devastating. But hey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, how did the other group do in their battle?
I'll tell you after the stream.
Yeah.
So we'll close up tonight.
Yeah. Just a quick thing before we do, Chris. On the way back to Bryn Shander, can I send Steve ahead with a message for Duvessa to let them know we're bringing someone in for negotiations regarding the goblin problem? So that they're prepared, essentially, and, the guards aren't going to immediately try to murder us for coming with a goblin.
It's a good idea, especially since she said, if I'm not back in 3 days, which isn't often... For them, that doesn't seem like... that seems like plenty of time, but, the bureaucracy of, 10 towners might slow things down.
Yeah.
You don't know if Sara-Jane would even be free to have a meeting just at the drop of a hat. So sending a message ahead will actually solve any kind of issues with that.
Excellent.
Perfect. All right.
Okay. Right, we will wrap up there. Join us Monday for Jumping Junipers, Tuesday for Curse of Strahd, and Wednesday with the other Icewind group. And then join us again next Sunday for the next skin this. But for now, bye-bye.
Bye-bye for now.